Hello, welcome, and thank you for joining us. I am Susan Winkler, and I have the privilege of serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA. The FDA Foundation is pleased to host this important discussion to share thoughts on strategies for improving clinical trials for developing treatments for stimulant use disorder. We're so honored to have worked with FDA and with the National Institute for Drug Abuse to pull this meeting together. I'm going to cover some light housekeeping, and then I'm going to step out of the way so that we can get right into our discussions. So our first note on housekeeping, we have a few hundred people who are registered for today's workshop, and we're so pleased that you could all join us. For those who submitted questions as part of the registration process, we have provided those to the panel moderators, and I'm going to address a few right now. First, the subject today of our workshop is stimulant use disorder. So discussion will not address other substance use disorders, such as opioid use disorder, nor will the content address marijuana use. Our work today is to discuss ways to catalyze treatments for stimulant use disorder, to catalyze the development of those treatments, to take what has been learned in prior research efforts and aspire to pull that together, to pull the best of those learnings to move us forward. What we will not discuss today is any specific funding opportunity nor any pending regulatory action. As we go through the workshop, we welcome your active engagement and invite you to submit questions for speakers using the Zoom Q&A. We will monitor those and provide them to the moderators. We'll also be recording today's meeting, and we will post the recording and the slides on the FDA Foundation website after the meeting. For our agenda today, we are covering a few different things. As I noted, I'm going to step out of the way, and we will, in our first session, hear from Drs. Woodcock and Volkov in an overview of efforts to promote treatment development for stimulant use disorder. We'll then hear presentations in discussion about optimizing clinical trial design for stimulant use disorder. We'll take a break then at right around 2:15 Eastern and regather in 15 minutes after that and jump into discussion on identifying clinically meaningful and patient-centric endpoints. We'll end the day with a panel discussion on future directions for stimulant use disorder research. Again, questions should come in throughout the session, and we will track those and weave them as possible into our discussions. With that, I'm going to step out and allow us to jump into session one. And in our first speaker of today will be Dr. Janet Woodcock, who is the Acting Commissioner of Food and Drugs at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. We know that she, in that role, has responsibility for the vast breadth of the FDA's work, ranging from medications that are used in not only humans, but in animals, overseeing the safety and security of many medical products and many components of our food supply, and has done quite a bit of work herself in this space. We'll move then from Dr. Woodcock to Dr. Nora Volkov, who is Director of the National Institute on Drug Abuse, which supports most of the world's research related to the health aspects of drug use and addiction. But first, let's hear remarks from Dr. Woodcock.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to join you for this important workshop to discuss the development of a practical research agenda toward treatment development for stimulant use disorder. As you are aware, it has long been a priority for the FDA to respond to the opioid crisis that has devastated families and communities across the nation. We've taken critical steps to address this crisis, including supporting development of new and effective pain treatment therapies, creating better safety, communication, and prescriber education policies, and working to prevent the illegal sale of opioids online. I'm pleased we've made this important progress. However, the crisis has evolved, and now we face a drug overdose crisis that extends beyond opioids. Both polysubstance use, often including both opioids and stimulants, such as methamphetamine, and overdose deaths involving psychostimulants have become more common. This has given rise to what has been called the fourth wave of the overdose epidemic. Our colleagues at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the National Institute on Drug Abuse, or CDC and NIDA, just published new data that underscore this reality. From 2015 to 2019, overdose deaths involving psychostimulants other than cocaine, and largely methamphetamine, increased 180%, from 5,526 deaths to 15,489 deaths. This significant increase held true for overdose deaths involving psychostimulants with opioids, psychostimulants without opioids, psychostimulants including cocaine, psychostimulants without cocaine, and psychostimulants without opioids or cocaine. We also recognize the public health impact of diversion and non-medical use of Schedule II prescription stimulants, which have an acknowledged high potential for abuse. Prescription stimulants include medications such as mixed amphetamine salts, Adderall, and methylphenidate, Ritalin. They can be an important treatment option for attention deficit or hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, narcolepsy, and are sometimes used with obesity. But they can also be used for non-medical reasons, and this is commonly associated with dangerous polysubstance use. Prescription stimulants are frequently co-used with illicit drugs, prescription opioids, or both. We have to strike a balance between promoting appropriate treatment and preventing the consequences of non-medical use. This is critical because stimulants are routinely prescribed for ADHD, and this practice is both widespread and increasing. We also need to be conscious of how these medicines are being diverted. In the case of prescription stimulants, we see diversion and non-medical use most frequently among young adults and college students. And while stimulant-involved overdoses almost always involve illicit stimulants, there are cases where prescription stimulants are involved. Now, while we've been working to confront the drug overdose crisis, we've faced the continuing challenges of an unparalleled pandemic. COVID-19 has certainly worsened the issues surrounding substance abuse. For many people who deal with substance abuse disorder, the isolation and psychological stressors imposed by the pandemic have been particularly tough and contributed to the challenge they face during recovery. These individuals have faced disruptions in treatment access, social connections, and other critical supports they rely on in their recovery. Indeed, the increased isolation of the past 19 months may be a contributing factor to the rise in overdose deaths observed over this period. Provisional CDC data estimate that over 93,000 Americans died of drug overdoses in 2020, a record high. Over 43,000 of these involved cocaine or psychostimulants with abuse potential. FDA's focus on the role of stimulants in the drug overdose crisis predates the pandemic and these sobering statistics, though. We've been using every tool at our disposal to accelerate the development of treatments for stimulant use disorder and to reduce the non-medical availability and use of these products, especially through online channels. Our regulatory framework supports these efforts in a number of ways. For example, through supporting the development of treatments for substance use disorder, through our medical and scientific assessment of substances with abuse potential but without medical use, through careful review of treatments that may have abuse potential, and through our efforts to protect the public from unapproved, diverted, or counterfeit drugs. As you likely know, we do not yet have a pharmacologic treatment that has been demonstrated to be effective for stimulant use disorder. But we are making progress in our efforts to accelerate the development of such treatments. While understanding that each drug class has its unique characteristics, we're adapting what we can from successful treatment development for other substance use disorders. And we're seeking to bring together key participants in innovative ways. We also recognize that accessible treatment may come in many forms, such as digital devices, drugs, or behavioral therapies. I'll briefly go through some of the important work being done. A focus on the science is critical. That's why the FDA has convened or participated in numerous scientific meetings to advance the development of these policies and programs. I'll mention a few recent ones here. In 2019, we held a workshop in collaboration with the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy on the development of novel therapies for stimulant use disorder. The meeting explored topics including challenges in conducting clinical trials, the current treatment development pipeline, and strategies for patient engagement. It helps spur us to complement our existing regulatory review activities with a more comprehensive approach to accelerate drug development for stimulant use disorder treatment. One potential next step raised at the meeting was the need to develop clear FDA guidance on endpoints. We've also taken part in several meetings led by NIDA. One of these identified targets for methamphetamine use disorder. Another examined opioid and methamphetamine interactions. Additionally, we participated on panels and other scientific meetings related to stimulant use disorder. FDA is working in other ways to confront this crisis. The FDA and the federal government generally also play an important role in the advancement of science through the research we fund. For example, we know that drug use trajectories leading to non-medical use of prescription stimulants are diverse. Just last month, we funded 2 studies to help us better understand the trajectory of stimulant use disorder. One of these is a qualitative study involving interviews with and observation of people who use drugs. This research will explore the medical and non-medical use of prescription stimulant medications, use of counterfeit stimulant medications, and transitions from non-medical use of prescription stimulants to methamphetamine use. We also funded an epidemiologic study to examine the trajectories of stimulant use, misuse, and use disorders in adolescents. This will consider the role of illicit versus prescription stimulants, patterns of single substance versus polysubstance use, and individual characteristics of those prescribed stimulants. Each aspect is designed to shed light on both the science and the behavior behind stimulant use and misuse. The results of this research should help us find new ways to address these issues. One of the most important aspects of our work in this area involves communication with patients and understanding their experiences better. In October of last year, for instance, we held a rich 5-hour-long patient-focused drug development meeting to gather essential input about the experiences of individuals with stimulant use disorder and their families' experience. The focus of these discussions included daily impacts of stimulant use, treatment goals, and polysubstance use. We also heard about mental and behavioral health challenges, the importance of peer support, and the urgent need for more treatment options, such as medications to treat stimulant use disorder. After that meeting, we held one-on-one conversations with a number of participants to learn more about their views on endpoints, stigma, the impact of COVID-19, as well as broader conversations about substance use. We also spoke with numerous clinicians and other experts to understand their experiences of caring for patients with stimulant use disorder. Clinicians shared their thoughts on patients' motivation for use, current treatment approaches, and the challenges of reimbursement for non-pharmacologic treatments. The discussions were revealing. For instance, several patient participants noted that they substituted prescription stimulants when methamphetamine was unavailable or unaffordable. They talked about the easy availability of prescription stimulants through doctor shopping and saying the right things to the right prescriber. We heard about the treatment goals that matter the most to patients. They identified improvements in quality of life as a more realistic end goal than abstinence. Clinicians also made clear their goal of treating the whole patient and the need to have a more safe and effective treatment options. Now, along with the day-to-day activities of our dedicated FDA staff, The work I've highlighted here demonstrates FDA's years-long commitment to addressing stimulant use disorder. I'm confident the discussions at this meeting will advance our efforts to improve clinical trial design for stimulant use disorder, better identify and evaluate patient-centric endpoints, and move the needle on future stimulant use disorder research. Before I close, there's one other important area of our work that I want to mention. Our collaboration on several projects with the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA has helped lay the groundwork for today's meeting. The first project created patient journey maps, where we gathered information on patients' paths to pursuing treatment for their substance use disorders. The questions we asked were shaped by findings from the patient-focused drug development meeting and our follow-up conversations with panelists. These patient surveys about individuals' lived experiences will help inform the development and design of safe and effective treatment options. The responses made it clear that we will need to tackle some tough barriers to ensure that patients can access treatment. Another joint project was a payer roundtable convened to better understand how FDA approvals and labeling affect payers and insurance coverage. Patient advocates, clinicians, payers, health economists, and federal leaders all participated. Specifically, attendees discussed the data framework insurance companies utilize in making coverage decisions for patients receiving substance use disorder treatments. We also gained real-world insight into how regulatory decisions are applied in ways that impact people's daily lives. Finally, the Reagan-Udall Foundation also helped FDA lay the groundwork for future innovation through an exploratory substance use disorder evidence accelerator. We drew on the experience of the COVID-19 Evidence Accelerator Group to think about new ways to incorporate real-world data to address an unmet need. Through a series of work group meetings, we explored how data collected outside of clinical trials can spur advances in the development, focusing on therapies for stimulant use disorder. As you have heard, we're working on all fronts to address the role of stimulants in the drug overdose crisis. We look forward to continued collaboration of our NIDA and FDA Foundation colleagues, our speakers and panelists, and all of you in the audience as we urgently work to meet the unmet medical need for stimulant use disorder treatments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Woodcock, for providing those opening remarks. It's always helpful to hear the regulatory perspective, and particularly in your remarks as you grounded us in the patient centricity of this work and the desire to assure that we are having conversations with individuals who are experiencing stimulant use disorder to better understand their perspective and integrate that work into this research. We're pleased today. This is a collaborative effort between both the FDA and NIDA, and so we're thrilled to follow Acting Commissioner Woodcock's remarks with Director Volkov remarks. So I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Nora Volkov, who is Director of the National Institute on Drug Abuse. And thank you for joining us and providing the perspective of leading the research in this area. Dr. Volkov.
Dr. Winkler, thanks very much. And first of all, thanks for giving us the opportunity to come together. As Dr. Woodcock was speaking, it is clear that we need to bring the patients into the equation, but it's also clear to me all along as we're battling the COVID pandemic and all of the crisis from overdoses, that a key component is the importance of working together in a collaborative way to maximize the impact of what we are doing. And NIDA's mission is to actually advance the science on the substance use disorder in ways that actually can result in better outcomes, whether we can prevent or treat substance use disorders. Now, I'm going to be using slides specifically focusing on what we're observing with psychostimulants and what we are doing right now and where there are opportunities that we could take advantage of to minimize the enormous death toll that we are observing from this crisis. The numbers actually are here, and they show clearly in terms of what the number of overdose deaths occurring in the United States from 1999 to 2019. And this is exactly what is driving the inability for all of us to decrease or control the overdose crisis, because whereas the mortality associated with heroin and that associated with prescription opioids has leveled off and appears to be going down, that is not the case with synthetic opioids, fentanyl, but it's also not the case with stimulant drugs. And it is this, and what is also notable is how fast they are rising. And for the fentanyl, we see that it just shoots up 2014, 2015, around the same time that we're seeing the shoot up of deaths associated with stimulant drugs in our country. And when you look at it and ask the question, well, what is driving this increase in deaths from overdoses from stimulants? We've come to realize that, of course, there are environmental factors that are driving the use of these drugs by people. In general, people that tend to be desperate with less alternatives for behavior, poorer support systems, social and economic support systems. But it's also driven too by the availability of these drugs. And we've seen that with fentanyl, that as fentanyl started to distribute across the whole geography of the United States, that was associated immediately with a rise in deaths. And so is the case with methamphetamine. Methamphetamine typically has been a drug and that has been concentrated on the West Coast and with relatively little prevalence in the eastern states. And this is the relative change in age-adjusted rate of overdoses from 2018 to 2019 involving psychostimulants with abuse potential. And this predominantly reflects methamphetamine. And it shows in different colors the percentage increase from one year to the other. And we have seen states where the mortality from methamphetamine has increased by 50% over 1 year. And what is notable too is that many of the states are in eastern states and as well as in the center of the United States. This reflects methamphetamine, but we've also seen significant increases in cocaine, though albeit over the past few years, particularly in 2020, they have not risen as fast as it has been the case of methamphetamine. So we know that one of the reasons why more people are dying from methamphetamine, evidently more methamphetamine is available throughout the whole geography of the United States. And this is supported too by data that from total drug seizures nationwide, whether it is from office or field operations or the US Border Patrol, plus air and marine operations, because they give us an idea, reflect the amount of drugs that are coming into our country. And it shows for the different drugs, cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, and fentanyl, from 2014 to 2020. And you can see the very steep increase that we are observing over the past 2 years in cocaine, but pretty dramatically for methamphetamine. And if you look at it in terms of fentanyl, you can start to understand why actually this is resulting in such a very large increases that we're observing. And certainly, as I will show you now, which has been exacerbated in 2020 by the COVID pandemic. But I do want to also highlight on something that Dr. Woodcock mentioned, which is we're seeing more and more, not just people dying from fentanyl or dying from methamphetamine or from cocaine, but these deaths are frequently associated with multiple drug combinations. And in particular, the contamination of psychostimulants with fentanyl is likely to be an extremely important contributor of why we're seeing an increase in overdose deaths. And why do I say this? Well, if you look at it in terms of the increases in overdose deaths from methamphetamine, speaking right now from methamphetamine, so similar in terms of cocaine, approximately there's been a 3-4-fold increase over the past five years. And if you ask the question, well, has there been a 5-fold increase in people that are misusing methamphetamine? The answer is not at that level. There's definitively been an increase. Here you have 18 to 25. This is data from SAMHSA showing the prevalence, the percentage of individuals that have reported the use of methamphetamine. It has been more or less stable. There is this outlier here. On the other hand, among individuals that are 26 or older, you can still see the significant rise. But this rise reflects a 60% in this group increase, not a 3, 4 to 4-fold increase in mortality from methamphetamine. So the question is, what's going on? And what's going on is that the methamphetamine that is available is much more likely to have perhaps higher purity, being more toxic, but also a much higher likelihood of being contaminated with fentanyl. In that combination of methamphetamine with fentanyl or cocaine with fentanyl, which is also accounting for approximately 75% of the overdose overall for cocaine, basically is particularly lethal. Why? Because if you are an opioid user and you are actually taking heroin, you have tolerance to the opioid. So if it's contaminated with fentanyl, you will be better able to tolerate that contamination from fentanyl, not with stimulants. If you are basically a cocaine or methamphetamine user, contamination with fentanyl when you have no tolerance is much more likely to result in a lethal event. The other thing that you can see here by comparing the patterns of use at recent versus 5 years ago is that methamphetamine use disorder, even though we haven't seen a very significant rise, I mean significant but not magnitude-wise, in individuals using methamphetamine, we've seen a pretty dramatic increase in the use of methamphetamine in very risky patterns, as is the case when you have a diagnosis of a methamphetamine use disorder. And then you can see basically a 3 to 4-fold increase in the number of individuals that are actually now can basically with a prevalence of a methamphetamine use disorder across basically all age groups. And so it is this association of riskier patterns of use linked with the contamination and the easy accessibility of these drugs that evidently is driving very much the very fast rise in deaths. So what do we do and what are the tools that we have? Unfortunately, as of now, we currently have no FDA-approved medications for methamphetamine, as we have for the case of opioid use disorder. But we do have behavioral interventions for which the data, the scientific data, has repeatedly shown that they are effective, of which contingency management, in particular, where combined with other behavioral approaches, such as community reinforcement, have been shown to be significantly beneficial to patients. One of our challenges, though, is that while behavioral therapies, such as, in particular, I want to highlight contingency management, have been shown to work, they are not implemented in many instances because of lack of reimbursement for those therapeutic interventions. And that is actually something that could be changed, since we need to address and give treatment to people that need it. And as I just showed you, the number of individuals with a methamphetamine use disorder has significantly risen. The other challenge that we have is, whereas with an overdose that is driven by opioids, you can revert with naloxone, we do not have anything like an naloxone for the reversal of methamphetamine. There's obviously, this has become for the Institute a priority area in terms of developing, on the one hand, medications that can help us treat cocaine or methamphetamine use disorders, but also taking advantage of medications that are currently available to test them in their potential for benefit on the treatment of methamphetamine use disorders. This is actually desirable because if these medications are already available in the clinic, we have tools that could be deployed right now to help people in the process of controlling their use of methamphetamine or cocaine. And this is an example of one of such studies that was published this year that combines two medications, bupropion and naltrexone, for the treatment of moderate to severe methamphetamine use disorder. Bupropion, which is used for the treatment of tobacco dependence, and naltrexone, which is used for the treatment of alcohol use disorder or opioid use disorder, when combined, significantly improve the outcomes in individuals, as I say, with moderate to severe methamphetamine use disorder. And this randomized clinical trial actually obtains the largest effect size that we have ever seen for benefit on a medication intervention for methamphetamine use disorder. Similarly, in parallel, we have clinical trials that have shown positive, promising evidence for the treatment of cocaine use disorder, taking advantage of medications that are currently available, but enhancing their impact by using medication combinations. We currently do not have, and as I mentioned, an overdose reversal medication currently available, but we are working actually on research strategies that can give us such interventions. And this is an example for some of them. For example, in terms of one of the most exciting areas for overdose reversal from methamphetamine is the use of methamphetamine antibodies. Methamphetamine antibodies, which are currently on a phase 2 clinical trials, I apologize, phase 2 clinical trial, are actually being able to show that they can sequester methamphetamine from the blood and could be an extremely valuable intervention for reverting overdoses. We're working with vaccines for cocaine, vaccines for methamphetamine, and completely new targets, as well as repurposing medications that are currently available for such as mirtazapine, which is an antidepressant. And so as you look at the platform of what we are doing, one of the things that of course concerns me enormously is that we have basically nothing on phase 3 clinical trials, which are the ones that are more ready to be applied. And hence trying to accelerate this translation from the phase 2 to the phase 3 is one of the key things that we're doing, and in very close collaboration with the FDA. This is just to show some of these initiatives in terms of the vaccine development, which is just the strategy is to generate antibodies that can then circulate in the blood that basically sequester the drug in the blood, and the drug cannot get into the brain. But also in parallel, there is a lot of research, in fact, very, very promising, showing that neuromodulation technologies like magnetic stimulation, electrical stimulation, ultrasound can be utilized to actually activate or weaken neurocircuits that are affected by drug use. And these strategies have a big advantage because they are not specific for one drug, and they can be used to address, again, one of the greatest challenges that we are observing, which is polysubstance use disorder. In this case, an intervention, for example, that stimulates the prefrontal cortex in order to be able to improve self-regulation would be beneficial across various addictions. So the other area that is very exciting, and we have been working with the FDA, that I think is very promising, that came around very clearly with when we brought together and led by the FDA patient groups to let us know what is it that is leading them to take drugs, and recognizing that sometimes actually patients are taking drugs because they cannot sleep or because they feel depressed. And those to be able to get alternative endpoints that can be beneficial to the patients, because becomes a new strategy that can hopefully help us develop treatments that, even though they may not completely lead to abstinence, may nonetheless reduce the consumption of high quantities of drugs and reduce risky behavioral consumption of these drugs. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much, Dr. Volkov. You were the perfect bookend to the regulatory perspective and what the efforts there to kind of produce some treatments to effectively address stimulant use disorder, then to the opportunities that may be emerging in research and the additional work that we need to do. So thank you so much for joining us in this first part of the workshop to set the stage. I'll note that we're going to see you again at the end of the workshop. So thank you so much for joining us, and we'll look forward to speaking with you at the end of the day in our future directions panel.
Thanks very much.
Wonderful. I'll note here, we're going to move now from our stage setting discussions to our first discrete topic. We're going to address 3 discrete topics in the rest of our workshop. And with this first one, we're going to be looking at how we might optimize the design of clinical trials to expose the treatment effect. So we will be jumping into this discussion now, where we are looking at that clinical trial design. We're going to open, so that you know the format, we're going to open with 2 presentations and then have responses from 6 discussants to help stimulate a dialogue and make sure that we're representing a range of stakeholders in our workshop today. So with that, I'm going to get ready to turn the microphone over to our first presenter in session 2. And for that first presentation, we're going to hear from Dr. Dave McCann, who is the Associate Director of the Division of Therapeutics and Medical Consequences at the National Institute on Drug Abuse. Dr. McCann, if you are ready, would you step up and share your presentation?
Okay, I'm checking. Can you hear me all right, Susan?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, thanks a lot. If may I have the first slide, please. I appreciate that. Okay, so thank you, Susan, and good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you're joining from out there. Really appreciate your interest in this topic. I'm going to be presenting today on the topic of optimizing clinical trial design to address medication non-adherence. Although today's workshop is focused on developing treatments for stimulant use disorder, medication non-adherence is certainly not unique to substance use disorder clinical trials. And the same principles that I'm going to be talking about can be applied to antidepressant trials, anxiolytic trials, and trials focused on many other substance use disorders. Okay, I'm supposed to have power to advance, but I'm not advancing here.
You should have remote control.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Went to the next slide. So when we began, we at NIDA began working with our FDA colleagues in planning for this workshop. Our initial focus was exclusively on clinical trial endpoints. However, it soon became clear that we should include a focus on clinical trial design considerations today. Put very bluntly, efficacy endpoints may be irrelevant if study participants don't take their medication. And taking a step back from that, whenever an efficacy trial does not demonstrate significant efficacy compared to placebo, we have to ask the question, did the medication fail or did the study fail? And problems with medication non-adherence are just one way in which a study can fail. So how bad can the problem of medication non-adherence get? What's shown here are data from a study that NIDA directed a little over 10 years ago. This is an evaluation of modafinil in the treatment of methamphetamine dependence. When we finished the trial and there was no evidence of efficacy, we had collected urines during the study to look for methamphetamine use, and we still had them in the contractor's freezer. We decided to measure the first urine of each week for the presence or absence of modafinil in the folks who were supposed to be taking modafinil. This is a fairly sensitive assay, and folks take very high doses of modafinil, so it wouldn't be a problem with detection, really. And what you see plotted here, first on the left, is self-reported compliance percentage. So this is based on pill counts, the untaken bottles returned and self-report of use. So 100% would be, I took my pills all the time. And shown on the bottom here for each subject, each point is a subject, is the percentage modafinil compliance in terms of the percentage of urines that had any detectable modafinil in them at all. And in theory, the red line here would be the line of truth. The blue line is the line of reality. And it actually is a worse situation than it appears, because there's one point on the upper left where subjects said, I was always taking it, but they never had any modafinil in their urine. That was actually multiple subjects, multiple points on top of each other. So 10% of subjects, 14 of 142 in the modafinil groups, never had any modafinil in their urine throughout the trial. Now, if you think to yourself, what percentage compliance would allow a medication to be effective? Many of us think they'd have to be taking if maybe 80% of the time. If that's where you draw a line, only 43% of subjects had that level of adherence. So if you have this type of a problem, it's going to be very difficult to show a significant treatment effect. An obvious question that comes to mind is, why do some subjects enroll with no apparent intent of taking study medication? And the answer to that is the financial compensation that they receive. We refer to these folks as professional subjects. people define that term in different ways. I would used to say, this is a subject who gets into a study only motivated by the financial compensation that they may receive. We know these folks exist because they have been caught or confessed. With my limited time, I'm not going to have a chance to go into detail on this first study by Tom Shivitz and his group, but for those of you who, if this topic is new to you, I'd encourage you to get Tom's paper and read through that. It's a real eye opener. In the next slide, I'm going to describe to you this survey of experienced research subjects that Eric Devine and his group conducted. This is the ad that they actually put out to recruit subjects. It asked, have you enrolled in more than one study in the past year? Have you been in more than 3 studies in the past 3 years? If so, you qualify for this survey study. So it took about an hour, and I think they were reimbursed $25 for participating in the survey. So there were 100 subjects who enrolled. 75% of them, when they asked these questions about deception, 75% admitted that they had concealed health information to avoid exclusion from a study. 43% reported concealing their participation in another ongoing study to get into a study. 25% reported exaggerating symptoms in order to qualify for a study. 14% actually admitted to pretending to have a health condition that they didn't have in order to qualify for a study. Approximately 80% of the subjects admitted to some type of deception. The average number of studies that they participated in the prior year was almost 13. And importantly, when they asked how much they'd been compensated, the average earnings per study was only $133. So this is not just very expensive, phase 1 studies that are giving thousands of dollars for participation. Somebody who's unemployed may be attracted by $25 to get into a study. What's shown here is the typical compensation, I believe, in a stimulant use disorder trial. Our next speaker today, Dr. Trevetti, is going to be presenting on a very exciting study that was just published in New England Journal of Medicine earlier this year, a study of Vivitrol and bupropion in treating methamphetamine use disorder. And this is the actual compensation table from this protocol. So subjects over the course of the, approximately 3-month study were able to receive compensation of a little over $1,000. This is typical in order to attract subjects to get into a study. If you think about it, at the start of the study, we didn't know if medications are going to be effective, and half of the subjects were receiving placebo. So really, in order to recruit the necessary numbers, we're forced to provide compensation for their time and inconvenience. And so if this is unavoidable, what we really have to ask is, how can we adapt to the reality of medication non-adherence in professional subjects, because they are going to be getting into the studies. One way in which we can deal with this is to always use a subject registry to reduce enrollment of professional subjects and prevent dual enrollment within the same trial. There are a number of different registries available. I believe that Verified Clinical Trials is the one that's become most broadly embraced by the pharmaceutical industry. They've collaborated with each other. If you go to subjectregistry.com, you can actually sign up to use 2 different registries. And the way these work is, as long as others are using this service, for example, if Merck, Pfizer, Novartis are all including their studies in this database, then when we conduct our study and the patient is in screening, when their information is entered into the registry, we'll be able to get a warning. This subject is already participating in another trial, or recently finished a trial and the time period hasn't elapsed to make them eligible. So this is the more people that use this, the more helpful it's going to be to everyone. The second approach we can take to deal with this issue is prior to randomization, try to detect subjects who are likely to be medication non-adherent and exclude them from randomization, or exclude their data from analysis for the primary endpoint. This is something that is suggested in an FDA guidance that came out in 2012, on enrichment strategies for clinical trials. And in the section here that discusses medication non-adherence, it's pointed out that if you're going to divide your study participants into groups based on post-randomization data, whether they were medication adherent or not post-randomization, that's generally not acceptable. But they provided a couple of examples of studies that were conducted over the years to try and detect medication adherence, non-adherence before randomization, and to specifically focus on the folks who are likely to be medication adherent. Just to give you one example, this Physicians' Health study was the first long-term study to demonstrate benefits of low-dose aspirin in decreasing cardiovascular mortality. All of the subjects in this study were physicians. More than 22,000 ended up being randomized to take aspirin, placebo, some other meds. But this was all after an 18-week placebo-blind run-in period, after which the physicians self-reported on how well they'd taken their medication, how adherent they'd been during that run-in period. And about a third of them were not randomized because they'd reported poor adherence during this 18-week run-in period. And then the study was actually a 5-year study. And during that time, greater than 90% self-adherence adherence was reported by self-report. So it's interesting in theory, but we really can't do that in our studies, especially if we have professional subjects who aren't going to be honest with us. We have to come up with some other way to look at this during a new molecular entity trial during a short run-in period. The approach that we've taken within our NIDA direct trials recently has been dubbed the ramp-up design. You can see a little diagram of how we approach this here. It pains me to run through this slide so quickly, but I've mentioned a publication we wrote here. Those of you who are interested, if you shoot me an email, my email is included in the last slide, I'd be glad to send this to you. It reviews different available methods for following medication adherence during a run-in period and other factors that need to be considered when you're taking this approach to study design. The method of following adherence, which we've landed on that we're planning on for the next study we're designing right now during the run-in period, is the use of an app developed by a company called AICure to remotely monitor medication adherence. To note, the app can also be programmed to collect self-report data each day on cocaine or methamphetamine use. So right before they go through the process of the observed dosing, it'll ask them, did you use cocaine yesterday, yes or no? Or did you use methamphetamine yesterday, yes or no? And that's a nice way to collect the data in real time rather than just during each clinic visit. But for medication adherence, it's a program that first it's programmed to recognize the subject when they're in the clinic. That's programmed for facial recognition. It recognizes the specific pill they're supposed to take, and then it follows through the process of they have to show the pill while it's on their tongue and their mouth is open. Then after drinking a glass of water, they have to again, show that they have an empty mouth. So this is a way of remotely monitoring the medication adherence. The videos are transmitted from this. The facial features are blurred to go along with HIPAA compliance. You can't tell who's who when you look at the videos, and I've seen some of them, but the mouth area is still clear and unblurred, so you can see what's actually going on in that area. So we within our division of NIDA have experience now using this procedure in one trial, a trial that we recently completed looking at lorcaserin for the treatment of cocaine use disorder. Overall, we found that medication adherence was about 75%, and this was enough to get a significant treatment effect. You may know that lorcaserin was approved for weight loss, and even though these subjects were coming in for cocaine use disorder treatment, they weren't necessarily trying to lose weight. We saw a significant weight loss in the active versus placebo group. So we know that there was enough medication adherence to get a pharmacological effect. Unfortunately, we haven't published yet. We're working on writing the paper. It was not effective for treating cocaine use disorder. So adherence during the first week of use of the device was generally predictive of adherence throughout the study, and it decreased over time. And the overall adherence during the first week of use was 83%, And that dropped off, if you looked at the whole study, to a little over 75%. One thing that we were surprised by, we didn't realize we'd be able to detect this, but 16% of study participants during the very first week of using the device were detected to be intentionally non-adherent. So these are cases in which the subject placed the capsule in the mouth, but then they removed it quickly from their mouth before drinking the water, or they pretended to swallow the capsule when they're holding their open mouth up to in front of the phone. You could still see the capsule in their cheek, or in one case, actually spit the capsule in the glass of water before drinking the water. So 16% of subjects were actually found to be intentionally non-adherent like this during the first week of device use. I mean, that was shocking to me. But in the future, using this during a placebo run-in period, and this will be our first experience in the next study, using it during a placebo run-in period, we should be able to detect this type of intentional non-adherence and exclude those folks from the efficacy endpoint analysis. And you can go on from there. Perhaps you also want to set a certain level of medication adherence for those who are not intentionally non-adherent to qualify for your primary endpoint. So we're really just starting to use this approach and just learning from one study to the next how, what may be the best way to define non-adherence. So lastly, circling back to the big picture of how we can deal with the reality of non-adherence professional subjects after randomization, we need to actively promote medication adherence, either through counseling or dosing reminders. In some cases, it could be observed in clinic dosing, or as with the use of the AI Cure app, observed at-home dosing. And I'll point out that Dr. Trevetti, who's going to be presenting next, they actually used the AI Cure device to promote adherence during their study of bupropion Vivitrol. And I think that's probably one of the reasons they got some positive findings. So we're excited about using this again in the future. Finally, I'll leave you with my email address for anyone who wants to reach out for that publication or has any other questions.
Great. Thanks so much, Dr. McCann. And in particular, describing a challenge facing all of clinical research, regardless of the clinical target or what indeed endpoint we're trying to reach, that if you don't have consumption of the treatment being evaluated, it's hard to evaluate the effect of that treatment. So appreciate you walking us through that, as well as some of the steps that could be taken to address those challenges. So you've given us a lot to think about in this idea of trying to improve our clinical trial design to then get to our goal of developing treatments for stimulant use disorder. So I'm going to turn now to our second presenter, and then we will come back in the discussion later in this session. And so now we're going to turn to Dr. Madhukar Trevetti. Dr. McCann mentioned some of your work, but we're pleased you could join us. Dr. Trevetti is Professor of Psychiatry and Chief of the Division of Mood Disorders and Director of the Center for Depression Research and Clinical Care at University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. Dr. Trevetti, I'm going to turn the platform over to you.
Thank you so very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, Albert. Thank you for the invitation. I'm actually very excited. We're talking about this. I think everyone has set the stage up, so I am going to try to give you a few thoughts on where or what we learned by doing this trial. And as Dr. McCann mentioned, I think this is both a big challenge and a big opportunity. I think that the idea that so I'll try to go over through reviewing the background and rationale for study design innovation for stimulant use disorders. And just a quick word, I totally agree with Dr. McCann, and you can imagine that as a clinical trialist, and I'll go through this, I think that what Dr. McCann mentioned is one aspect of a myriad of things that challenge identifying a signal in our pharmacological approaches for stimulant use disorders. So what we have to think about is broader than just patient adherence, but that is indeed a very key component. we used, and so I'll try to go through how we thought about various designs to consider to address a number of the challenges that we have seen for stimulant use disorders, and how we ended up with the sequential parallel comparison design. I'll give you some sense of the outcomes and even the components of the design that helped us with getting to the outcomes, and then just review quickly the challenges and lessons learned. So everybody has said there are no FDA-approved medications for methamphetamine use disorder. I bet you the FDA have been talking to patient advocates and patients. They recognize that they are really hungry for finding out better treatments that include medication options, but we don't have any. There are promising candidates, especially naltrexone, bupropion, both as single agents, and in a pilot trial we did as a combination, did give us some hope that that could be something we can try to evaluate, which is what led us to proposing this study. One of the facts for methamphetamine use disorders, and I'm going to, obviously it applies to cocaine, but my discussion is around methamphetamine use disorder. I think one of the things we have to recognize is that we don't have any interventions approved by the FDA, not for lack of trying. There have been a huge number of studies, as you can see from this list, that includes bupropion, naltrexone, NAC or N-acetylcysteine, modafinil, naltrexone again. So and attempts at combinations, attempts at substitution treatments with other stimulants, buspirone, baclofen. All of these have really had multiple challenges. And one thing that we have forgotten is there are sort of, in my view, three broad challenges. One is the clinical trial conduct, as Dr. McCann mentioned, where professional patients, inadequate retention, et cetera, comes in. So the retention and adherence issue is a huge challenge if you look at all these trials, where the three big issues were retention and adherence. So the second part was high placebo response, and I think that that is one of the things we have to recognize. And that is true for all chronic medical conditions, where if the placebo response rate reaches a particular threshold, then even if there is a treatment that works, it doesn't work beyond that point, and it fails to be able to identify a difference. And the third biggest challenge, I think, is we have to remember that the heterogeneity of the presentation of this condition is huge. Some patients will only use it over weekends and binges. Some people will only use it over weekends on regular use. Some people will use it every day, but moderate amount. Some people will use it with everyday moderate amount with some binges. And keeping that in mind and including that in your evaluation of what endpoints to use has often been missing in these trials. And therefore, none of these have actually produced the kind of findings that would help our patients. So when we got the, thankfully, the approval from CTN, Dr. Volkov and NIDA, allowing us to think about designing the study, we wanted to be very mindful that all of these challenges need to be taken into account, because as a lifelong clinical trialist, I have to confess that the most disappointing thing in life is to work hard at 2, 3, 4 years and complete a failed trial. So either you get a negative trial or a positive trial, and then you know the findings. And so we wanted to make sure that there is a clear answer at the end of the trial. So the problem, as I mentioned, keep on saying that placebo response is a big problem in addition to the professional patient issue that Dr. McCann raised. And you could potentially improve the rate of or solve the issue of placebo response by increasing the sample size, but that becomes harder and harder. And at some point, it is really not worth the investment in that, because then it suggests a very small effect size. So what we thought about these as potential reasons why one would use adaptive designs. It does reduce the sample size needs for the study. It allows for refining allocation ratio of patients to trial arms. And I'll show you these two aspects that we accomplished with the SPCD design. There are highlighting patients most likely to benefit and prioritize recruitment efforts. And we incorporated that in the study design, not in the execution, but you could imagine a trial where you could. And then you could also make sure there are interim analyses built in this trial so that you can at some point terminate the trial if that doesn't seem to be going the way you would have imagined in terms of effect sizes. And the benefits to participants is that they get active treatment, they get so there is another aspect of adaptive design we did not use, and that is have multiple arms, some of which can be dropped if they appear to not be leading to, so to speak, the old betting on the winner trials that cancer research uses. We did not use that, but that could be something can be used. So we had these options we were considering. One was the fixed placebo run-in. We have published, and I also do depression trials, and the placebo run-in issue in depression trials at least has been even more thoroughly exhausted, and it doesn't seem to have really reduced or added to the benefit. And as Dr. McCann mentioned, we did, while this placebo trial, the run-in period can help you decide on non-adherent patients, those patients who declare themselves as adherent in the placebo run-in may end up being non-adherent in the real randomized trial. So therefore, behaviors change. A variable length placebo run-in has been tried, but again, not really produced. The ramp-up trial, I think Dr. McCann mentioned it, and we're not going to go into too much detail. But again, there are issues about cost because you are almost doubling the sample size. The two-way enriched design is another example, but we basically ended up with a sequential parallel comparison design that was defined by Dr. Maurizio Fava and David Schoenfeld at Mass General Hospital and Michael Pensino. And the idea is it helps reduce placebo, it improves placebo drug differences if it exists. And because of the way that the study design and the parameters are decided across the stages, it allows for the economy of sample size. And just to put this perspective again in mind, previous trials on methamphetamine use, only 7, that is 30%, had retention rates of more than 60%. I'm not even talking about the 80% that Dr. McCann mentioned for adherence, but 60% retention, less than 1 out of 4 studies at retention rates above 80%. 9 studies at retention rates less than 50%. So therefore, you are already really climbing the hill up top. 4 studies showed some improvement in active intervention, dextroamphetamine, and I think there are some issues we need to discuss, and I'm glad Dr. Levine is on about using stimulants. Mirtazapine has some evidence, and I'll talk a little about that. Contingency management challenges, Dr. Volkov already mentioned, and this open label trial that I mentioned earlier, which was done in order to actually begin to power the randomized trial we completed. So this is it's basically a sequential parallel comparison design. It's 2 phases of treatment and 2 randomizations, and data from both phases are utilized for efficacy analysis because it's done by ITT approach. And some subjects, so all the subjects are utilized at the first step, and the second step, it is the non-responders to the placebo arm. So basically the way it works is patients are disproportionately randomized to placebo with a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 sample size against active treatment. Active treatment responders and non-responders both continue on the treatment, and the placebo responders and non-responders of the placebo responders, they continue on placebo, and the placebo non-responders then contribute to the second phase randomization so that they then get randomized 1-to-1 to an active treatment and placebo. So the bottom line is what we did. But one important thing that in line with what Dr. McCann was talking about, I'm not totally sold that it is all done with active imagination on the part of the patients and the study team about this gaming that happens where they preemptively decide they're not going to take the medications. I think there's a lot of subconscious stuff going on in the trial implementation. So what we did was several things in doing this trial. One is we made sure that the study team and the participants were unaware of the ratio of placebo to active treatment. They were unaware of the definition of what takes this group of patients at the second step to this re-randomization arm. They were unaware of the criteria needed for us to define what groups they will belong to in the second arm. And they were unaware of the criterion for defining success. All of those were kept blinded so that only the IRBs at individual sites were made aware, but not the investigators and therefore not the participants. And I think that is the cleverness about the SPCD design. So it allows for us to reduce placebo response. It does decrease trial duration need. So our trial, while it is 12 weeks, it was 2 phases of 6 weeks each, therefore reduces cost and sample size. We did do a lot of stuff related to enhancing medication adherence. And while Dr. McCann showed you the reimbursement, it was really seen as reimbursement for the time it takes and for them to participate. So they came in and they got an injection, they got reimbursed. So they wouldn't get the reimbursement if they didn't come for the injection. Similarly, for medication adherence, they had to show us on AIQ software that is built with an AI, so we know they swallowed the bupropion pill. And we were very clear in the population we were going after. So there, I'll show you that part. But our mean days of use of methamphetamine in the study was 27. So that, and then the one final thing about the severity aspect is not only did we ask them that they had to have more than 18 days of use in 30 days prior for randomization, for inclusion, but we made sure that they gave us 3 urine drug screens within a 10-day period. And 2 of those had to be positive. That means they were constant, or at least extensively using the methamphetamine for us to know that they were severe in their presentation. This is basically the same design. And what we also did was instead of the usual 4 weeks injectable naltrexone, we got FDA dispensation to give it every 3 weeks. And that was another key factor in my view, because if you look at the pharmacokinetic data, by week 3, the blood levels drop enough that I was worried. So we got FDA agreement to let us do every 3 weeks. Then the primary outcomes we defined was a responder, was any patient participant who provided more than or equal to 3 out of 4 possible meth negative urine drug screens. So they were given during the week 5 and 6, they gave us 4 urines, and same thing week 11 and 12. Of the 4 they gave between 5 and 6, that determined a responder if they had 3 or more negative, and same thing for 11 and 12. And this, and obviously we also measured adverse and serious adverse events. Dr. Volkov already showed you this, but you can see that the placebo response in this population, in this study, accomplished the goal of what we were going after. It was very low placebo response rate. This is a very severe illness where and we were able to keep the placebo response to a bare minimum. And if you look at the effect size, it's number needed to treat of 9, so that the effect size is clearly within the range of what any other addiction treatment is approved by the FDA. The other part, very quickly, and then I'll stop, the consistency of findings across many other outcome measurements were timeline follow back, the craving scale on VAS, cigarettes abstinence, as well as reduction in depressive symptoms and quality of treatment effectiveness assessment, which is a global measurement of recovery that was developed by Walter Ling. Also, all of them showed findings consistent in the same direction, with medication combination superior to placebo with this very similar effect sizes. And as you can see, the number needed to treat are in the range of what you see for a number of things, including alcohol and tobacco cessation. And so that is basically what we found. If you look at some of other findings in methamphetamine use, even compared to the positive trial that was published in JAMA Psychiatry by Phil Coffin, our colleague, our effect sizes are actually much better compared to the Phil Coffin effect size on mirtazapine. So in summary, I think that we have to pay attention to the population to study. We have to attend to the outcome endpoint measurements and patient adherence and retention. I didn't show you in this in the interest of time, but our treatment exposures were somewhere in between 75 and 85% for both stages. And so we were able to do both retention, improve adherence, and account for the variability in the patient population. Mean days of use ultimately, I think, was one of the key issues. One final word, and I'll stop, and that is when we measured the responder definition based on traditional measurements of all 4 out of 4, even then the treatment effects compared to placebo were superior for treatment combination, just as you would see for the 3 to 4, but this was what we had promised in our primary endpoint a priori, so that's why we presented and published on that. I'm going to stop here, Susan, and you will let me know what the next step is.
That's great. Thanks so much, Dr. Trevetti, and both you and Dr. McCann had some great responses to some of the questions that we received before the workshop. Dr. McCann, I'm going to ask you to come on camera because we have a few questions for the two of you based on your presentations. So I'll say, Dr. McCann, one question that came in was specifically about what work, if any, has been done to talk to the patients or those who are participating in clinical trials and not using the medications according to the protocol. Have there been many of those conversations, and if so, what might we have heard in those conversations?
So during the course of, I believe, almost all trials, when the study participants are at the clinic, visiting the clinic, there's a discussion of how well they took their medications, whether they believe they've experienced any side effects. So, there's always an opportunity for patients to speak up and talk about side effects and have potentially study medication discontinued. The issue is, though, they have to be willing to admit that, to come forward with the side effects they're experiencing and volunteer that information. It's for someone who's like during the very first week, they're taking placebo, they're pretending to take it. They're obviously not experiencing side effects, and they're being non-adherent for a different reason, which they probably just wouldn't admit to. They're not going to say, I'm only in the study to receive financial compensation. So, we certainly haven't tried to reach out to participants that had finished a study to ask them why you didn't take this, but certainly at the site level, when they're visiting the clinic, there's always an opportunity for that kind of discussion if they're willing to honestly talk about what their adherence is.
What we also did in our study is trained the research study coordinators at each of the sites to then communicate with the participants that, so to speak, couch it in true informed consent. So what we did was we said, you should talk to participants saying that if you stop halfway or you don't take the medications, then all your efforts up to that point will go to naught. So we need you to be a partner in this and a participant rather than a patient. This is where your partnership is essential. Otherwise, we won't know what we find, and your effort will be good to naught. So that was another version of getting full informed consent.
Really helpful, and it strikes me, one of the things that is commonly talked about in clinical practice is that real life is not a clinical trial, and yet I think you've both exposed that clinical trials involve real life, and the different dynamics and competing pressures and time and many other things involved in that. I wanted to note, Dr. Trevetti, there was a question beforehand, and you've addressed much of this, but if you were, perhaps it's from your summary slide, if you were going to make one recommendation to folks who are doing research in this area about one recommendation about clinical trial design in stimulant use. Yep, go ahead.
Major is, I think you should do all the good clinical trial hygiene, as Dr. McCann and I've been talking about, but the first part that I would do is really making sure that you define the population you're going after and match your endpoint with that. Because if you're using populations that are mixed and then you use an endpoint that doesn't totally match with all the distribution because of the heterogeneity of the population, I would say that really was what was very important.
Really helpful. Thank you so much. I'm going to let the two of you step out of the spotlight for a bit as we introduce our other panelists. And I'm going to go to our panelists. We have 6 stakeholders from various different perspectives, and I'm going to introduce each panelist as we go to them for some initial remarks, and then we'll all come together for a discussion at the end of this session. So let's see who we're going to put on the hot seat first. And I'm going to go first to Dr. Sarah Ackerman. Sarah, your day job is Executive Medical Director in Medical Affairs at Alkermes. And we wanted you on this panel to help us a bit with the perspective of being in FDA regulated industry, of trying to discover and bring a treatment to market. What is your reaction to the conversation and the suggestions that we were just listening to?
Yes, thank you, Susan. At first, I just want to say I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this important discussion. I am an addiction psychiatrist and, as you mentioned, Executive Medical Director at Alkermes. As we've heard today, it's really clear that we're facing a growing public health emergency with stimulant use disorder, and it's really reached a critical point. The combination of rising use of stimulants, use with other dangerous substances, increase in overdose deaths, the overlay of stigma and the pandemic, all at a time when there are no approved pharmacological treatments, really emphasize that urgent action is needed. The COVID pandemic brought into the forefront the opportunity for the use of pathways such as the emergency use authorization in the US and the innovative license and access pathway in the UK, for example, to decrease time and the cost of bringing a treatment to patients and have an impact when there's an urgent public health need and no pharmacological treatments available. I wonder if there are potential applications of these types of pathways to other public health emergencies. As a company, we focus on developing treatments to address unmet need for patients with addiction, serious mental illness, and cancer. We have many fellow partners in industry focusing on cancer. Far fewer, but still a number devoted to innovation in serious mental illness, but really a shockingly small number of companies that remain committed to the development of treatments for substance use disorders. And this is, of course, particularly concerning when the public health need is so tremendous and only growing. So I really want to commend the foundation, the agency, and NIDA for having these productive conversations and for collaborating with industry. This collaboration not only includes opportunities for scientific innovation, but also working together toward expedited FDA approval of treatments, which is really necessary for healthcare providers, patients, and payers to have confidence in the treatments. We have to work together to not only act quickly, but reconsider the traditional study designs and pathways to drug approval, which are quite frankly just too long for the patients that need treatment today. Doctors McCann and Trevetti have outlined some of the major challenges to conducting studies in patients with stimulant use disorder, including low subject retention rates, prevalence of professional patients, poor adherence to treatment, heterogeneity of the population, high placebo responses. There are many. But addressing these known issues, as Doctors McCann and Trevetti have suggested, such as using adaptive study designs, could help to ensure that the patients most likely to benefit from the treatment in the real world are being enrolled, while avoiding prohibitively large and lengthy studies traditionally needed to demonstrate a clear signal of efficacy. Also, as we've heard, endpoints must be clinically meaningful and patient-centered with enduring benefits. And one way to accomplish this is to consider endpoints such as a decrease in substance use or change in DSM criteria severity instead of just abstinence. We also heard Dr. Trevetti speak about the ADAPT-2 trial, which includes 2 medications previously approved for other indications, and the data are encouraging. Next steps in evaluating a combination for approval might often involve a factorial design to evaluate the individual contribution of each medication to efficacy. But we should question if this is really necessary at this critical time, or if real-world data could be used to understand the individual contribution of each medication when this combination has demonstrated some preliminary efficacy. A thorough understanding of safety profiles for treatments are essential for patient safety. For established agents, though, with well-characterized safety profiles indicated for other uses, it may be reasonable to approach safety characterization in a way that builds upon the extensive clinical trial and real-world safety data sets that are already available versus relying on lengthy safety extension studies. So I'll just end by saying that this is a tremendous privilege to be part of this discussion. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to explore ways that we can turn urgency into action and ultimately work together to accomplish our shared goal of providing safe and effective treatment options for patients.
Thank you, Sarah. Really, helpful to challenge us to think about something like, an emergency use authorization where it's a slightly different, it is a different regulatory authority because of the public health emergency being addressed, requires, a lot of components that we don't have time to get into today, but I think you throwing out the idea of should we look at those differently, and then the comment on the combination products as well, saying then can we use something from real world data and real world evidence? I'm going to guess that we come back to the real world evidence conversation when we gather all together. So we'll let you step out of the spotlight, and I'm going to invite another panelist into the spotlight. And with that, I'm going to turn to Dr. Sullivan. Dr. Maria Sullivan is Vice President for Clinical Development at Pear Therapeutics. And Maria, I'm going to turn to you because you stand in a slightly different perspective in the digital therapeutic space. And we're seeing quite a bit emerging in digital therapeutics as that develops more and increases their footprint in healthcare. So you bring us a different perspective from regulated industry. What did you think about the suggestions from Drs. McCann and Trevetti, and how might you respond to that? What's different in the digital space?
Thank you, Dr. Winkler. I really appreciate the opportunity to participate today in such an important forum with the Foundation and NIDA and my colleagues assembled here. As the prior speakers have noted, we are facing an unprecedented and urgent clinical need to develop effective treatments for stimulant use disorder. There's no FDA-approved pharmaceutical for methamphetamine use disorder or cocaine use disorder, despite the rapid rises that we know of in prevalence and overdose deaths. And at present, there's only one FDA-approved treatment for stimulant use disorder, which is Reset, which is the first prescription digital therapeutic approved by the FDA in 2017 for cocaine, cannabis, stimulants, and alcohol. And it's currently the only FDA-approved treatment at all for stimulant use disorder, including methamphetamine. What Reset does, for those who may not be familiar with prescription digital therapeutics, is that it delivers an empirically validated behavioral treatment through a smartphone or a tablet for patients currently enrolled in outpatient treatment under the supervision of a clinician. And the mechanism of action is the community reinforcement approach, or CRA, which includes addiction-specific cognitive behavioral therapy, as well as fluency training and contingency management, along with validated assessments. This new category of prescriptional digital therapeutics targets serious psychiatric disorders that can be modified by behavior and are challenging to manage with existing therapeutics. Dr. Volkov noted that there is limited access to effective behavioral therapies, and this has been a significant clinical barrier. And PDTs increase outpatient access to standardized validated treatments such as CRA, CBT, and CM, and they can effect neurobehavioral change either as a monotherapy or in combination with a medication to improve clinical outcomes. We also know that PDTs allow for tracking of those outcomes in substance use disorders, and this can otherwise be hard to measure outside of clinical trials. In the absence of digital therapeutics, it's very costly and difficult to accomplish mental health data collection to scale, and that makes it hard to assess in a real-world setting the long-term quality of life outcomes. With respect to clinical trial design itself, I'd like to echo Dr. Ickerman's comments that there is a clear need for coordinated research efforts between academia, NIDA, and industry to optimize study design in some of the ways that Dr. McCann and Dr. Trevetti have suggested, and also to expedite identifying pharmaceutical agent or combined therapies that show efficacy and safety for one or more of the stimulant use disorders. And we believe that digital technology can also play an important role in these pharma trials. In particular, first through treatment engagement, because patients interact with the digital therapeutic any hour of the day for a predetermined period of weeks, and the content includes interactive core lessons. There's audiovisual, still images, as well as self-reports, triggers, cravings, and supplemental modules that provide lessons for supporting health and recovery. There's also a dashboard for communicating with the clinician. The core modules focus on CRA concepts such as building skills that can promote behavioral change and prevent relapse. And the fluency training assesses proficiency and it reinforces concept mastery. And contingency management, of course, provides a chance to earn rewards for lessons completed or negative urine screens. But secondly, PDTs offer an assessment for adherence. Because PDTs are software-based, you can really accurately measure patient progress and adherence to treatment, more so than is typical with pharmaceutical trials. And clinicians can monitor their patients' progress, can enter drug screens, appointment compliance, all on a dedicated dashboard. So in addition, I would just make a final note that PDTs can potentially be used to enhance medication compliance, either through directly observed therapy and also potentially CM rewards for DOT. And I'd like to offer a few words about the regulatory pathway for reset and PDTs in general, because I think this may be less familiar to many. PDTs are treated as a medical device by the FDA. Reset was approved under a de novo designation, which then created a classification for which other 510Ks for subsequent PDTs were to be submitted. And Reset was approved based on primary endpoints of abstinence. Adding Reset to treatment as usual turned out to more than double abstinence rates in weeks 9 through 12, as well as a retention endpoint. And these medical devices are subject to performance criteria set forth by the FDA, so any subsequent digital therapy citing Reset as a predicate will need to show its own safety and efficacy data as well for clearance. In summary, I agree that there is a current urgent need for collaboration in designing clinical trials for stimulant use disorders that enroll patient populations that are reflective of real-world patterns of use and that can identify meaningful clinical endpoints to capture improved health outcomes, including, but not necessarily limited to, binary abstinence. And in addition, the advent of prescription digital therapeutics seems to offer an unprecedented opportunity here, first to increase patient access to these high-fidelity behavioral therapies, and secondly, to enhance engagement and adherence to pharmacotherapy, which can significantly improve retention and treatment outcomes, both in clinical trials and in the community at large. So again, I appreciate this opportunity very much to talk with you about these very timely issues and to participate in this august panel. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Maria, and helpful in grounding us in digital therapeutics, because I think often, we come to these conversations with a very therapeutic, a very medication-centric bias. and helpful to think about the opportunity for digital therapeutics in the research phase, in the data collection, as well as in interventions themselves that may prove effective. And then I'll underscore you were right in the call for coordinated research. It's another kind of theme that's emerging from all of our conversations is sharing and saying what can we learn about that coordinated research, as well as thinking about the various regulatory pathways that we might use. So thank you, Maria. I'll let you step out of the spotlight, and it's actually past time to hear the perspective from individuals with substance use disorder. And so I'm going to turn next. Jessica, would you get ready? I'm going to turn now to Jessica Holsey, who is the founder and CEO of the Addiction Policy Forum. And Jessica, you're a family member and advocate for individuals with substance use disorder. And through that, you have a touch point directly with the affected population. Do the strategies that we've been discussing this afternoon, in this workshop, do they help improve the patient centricity in our research? What else could we do?
Thank you for including us today in this discussion. It's been, we're so grateful for the focus on this patient population that feels at times a bit overlooked when we're on the ground with folks that are struggling. As you mentioned, I'm a family member impacted. I lost my father who struggled with opioid use disorder and crack cocaine, a stimulant use disorder. And I have another family member who's in recovery from methamphetamine use disorder. We have at Addiction Policy Forum, we work with both families as well as patients in recovery, patients actively in treatment, and patients with an active use disorder. And we've been really sort of digging in to learn more and listen better to our patients struggling with stimulant use disorder and their outcomes and endpoints and needs and specific struggles in dealing with stimulants and sort of the wide array of stimulants. A couple pieces here, and it's so interesting to see where we stand with new medications or new digital therapeutics or new research or sort of the pathways for having more tools in our toolbox when it comes to stimulants. My first sort of point is that, and speaking to Dr. Trevetti's presentation, to see that there is openness to inclusion criteria or really thinking through exclusion criteria is really important, particularly for this subpopulation. We have a specific focus group for stimulant use disorder, those in recovery, ranging from 5 weeks in recovery to 37 years, I think is our sort of all-star varsity recovery individual who's part of our focus group. And we also have a focus group of active use disorder stimulants. And that's talking between prescription stimulants to crystal meth to crack cocaine to methamphetamine, which are very distinct subsets of this, right? There are very specific pathways. So I think being open to what those criteria look like to include more of our patients in these efforts and these studies is really important, particularly since we don't typically only use one substance. And sometimes when I switch into though I'm not an individual in recovery, I can certainly speak for our population. So I'm going to just jump in there with some we statements of things that I think are really big priorities for who we represent at APF. So I think being aware that about 9 out of 10 of our folks in our focus group struggle with polysubstance use, meaning that they've used more than one substance. So having a little bit more flexibility in who you're including in these or who you're building medications or interventions for. And there was one bullet point that I saw up there about relatively stable and healthy, particularly for some of our subsections of stimulant use disorder. You're going to see health conditions and comorbidities and other effects on the body related to maybe the stimulant use disorder, maybe other factors, but I think allowing for more participation, knowing that particularly if you're struggling with a methamphetamine use disorder, there's going to be a lot more impact on your overall physical health and also on your mental health too, and sort of how you're able to manage your lifestyle and everyday activities. So just being open when it comes to those criteria. The other piece I just wanted to speak to is, and I'll try not to get on my soapbox on this one, but I do think that when Dr. McCann was speaking to accountability measures for adherence, this is important and almost like kind of an embedded intervention that the clinicians and researchers may not even be realizing. But accountability is an important part of a structure of sort of treatment and wellness and what we need to find recovery. Something that we find in getting better and finding health and wellness in addiction and also in stimulant use disorder, we have major lifestyle changes we need to make, major modifications. Some of the bigger ones are completely redesigning your own social structure. Like imagine if every one of us on this call today, we all hung up and we had to rebuild who our friends are, maybe not be in contact with our family, really rebuilding our entire social network and starting from the ground up, sometimes with sort of like a N of 0 as you start to rebuild. But the other part, and there's other nuances in the things that we have to do in lifestyle modifications to be well and find recovery. And some of these are habits or things that we find in our family systems or we find within the SUD community. And one of those is a tendency to want to get over on someone. So we know that in treatments and as we're trying to be in the rooms and go through support groups or work with a counselor or therapist, accountability and honesty, taking accountability for your actions, having accountability to those in your support system or to your treatment provider, or maybe who the lead is on your clinical trial. These accountability processes are really important in getting better. So it's not a huge surprise in listening to all the adherents or maybe professional study participants. These are patterns that we see in communities struggling with SUD, and disassembling these patterns is part of getting better, right? So thinking through how some of the structures you could have in clinical trials may have downstream effects in ways that maybe the researchers and folks that are on the ground doing this amazing work may not be able to even see at the outset. Two other quick things just to mention. As I mentioned, there are very different pathways. And a couple of the things that we're seeing from our focus groups, we're seeing a little bit during COVID-19 of people switching from opioids to methamphetamines or other stimulants, feeling like it's going to keep them safer from adulterants like fentanyl. And then we're also seeing people who are smoking meth switching to injecting methamphetamine because you have lower transmission of COVID possibilities, but also not being very wise on the IV drug use do's and don'ts. So lots of infections and skin infections and other things that are happening. So I think that there are some implications and complicating factors with COVID and the pandemic that we're seeing people switch over into the sort of the stimulant category, but also not doing all that well with it. We also have a real limitation in harm reduction and safe use and strategies when it comes to those with stimulant use disorders. And sometimes in the lack of harm reduction or safety strategies, we use other substances to manage the symptoms of stimulant use disorder. So my heart is racing, I'm too up, I'm going to use opioids to come down. Then that's mislabeled as an opioid overdose when really I'm having a difficulty managing my methamphetamine use disorder. A few other things that are coming on, I think we still need to really dig in around chemsex and the prevalence of crystal meth usage among our predominantly gay male population, and how do we have some preventative and harm reduction measures and just really talk through sort of this component. We see a lot of alcohol use in similar situations among sort of other populations, but this is hitting our gay male population particularly hard, and I don't think we talk enough about it and some of the specifics to that. And then my last comment is more of just a thank you. When we sit down and do sessions with our patients, with our families, with those with an active use disorder, One of the parts that's really heartbreaking is the feeling of being less than. We feel in this stimulant use disorder space less than the opioid use disorder, and below or less than the alcohol use disorder or other categories within addiction and substance use disorder. We also can feel less than in terms of socioeconomic status and a lot of self-stigma in having a stimulant use disorder to begin with. That really comes with a lot of shame and sort of changes in the way we view ourselves and we view our worthiness of accessing treatment and recovery. So even you all today having this meeting and all this amazing research and looking at the pipeline that NIDA showed and Dr. Volkov showed of all these investments and prioritizing this specific space with substance use disorders, this is important. This is important for us to share with our community. It's important for us to remind individuals struggling with this particular illness, with the substance use disorder, that it is treatable. We're working on medications. There are digital therapeutics, there are therapies, and there are items in our toolbox that we can better access to improve your outcomes and make sure you find health and wellness. So I just wanted to end with a thank you, because your interest and focus on this area and dedicating time and resources and your expertise signals to our community that people with a stimulant use disorder matter, and we're very, very grateful for that.
Well, Jessica, what a powerful way of reminding us that we have work to do, and I'm glad that all the people who are participating today are working on it, and many beyond them, because I think we all want to get to a place where there's no risk of the less than, and that we've made some appreciable progress here. Thanks as well, reminding us of the reality of stimulant use disorder, that you have polysubstance use and other health conditions, and that non-compliance or non-adherence or not sticking to the clinical trial protocol is part of the actual illness that we are seeking to treat. And so, yes, it may well be more challenging in this space. And so what do we do to help address that? So Jessica, thanks so much. I'm going to let you step out and we'll bring our next, actually I'm going to turn now to Dr. Levin. Would you, Jessica helped us kind of lead into this question about inclusion and exclusion criteria, like who we should have in our clinical trials for stimulant use disorder. So let's turn to you, and I'll introduce you formally. Dr. Frances Levin is the Kennedy Levy Professor of Psychiatry at Columbia University and Chief of the Division on Substance Use Disorders at the New York State Psychiatric Institute. So help us learn more and talk more about who we include for this research, and then who we exclude, and what are some improvements that we could make there. Just I'll turn it to you.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here, and I've really greatly enjoyed the talks today. And I agree with most of what's said. Of course, I disagree a little bit with some things, but I won't get into that right now. But I really appreciate it. And I really loved Jessica's talk right before mine, because I really agree with pretty much everything she just said. But what I could say right up front is there's no free lunch. And whenever you make decisions one way or the other, you pay for those decisions. And I think for clinical trialists like myself, who've done work in cocaine treatments for over 20, 25 years, is the persistent tension when you establish inclusion-exclusion criteria. You want to give a medication that can be shown to be effective in the most varied population as possible for the particular disorder, as Jessica was saying, but you also want to make sure that you avoid giving it to subgroups where it's perhaps less likely or not likely to be effective, or more likely to produce significant adverse events, and that's often why certain populations are eliminated. If you're too extensive with your exclusions, it's going to make, just from a practical perspective, it's going to make recruitment extremely challenging. Perhaps more important from a public health issue is that it's going to limit generalizability or the utility of the medication if there's too many exclusions present. One of the biggest things that people struggle with is what should, in the old days, and I mean 20, 25 years ago, if somebody met the criteria for cocaine use disorder or amphetamine or methamphetamine use disorder, they were taken into the trial. but it may be that certain medications either work better or less depending on the severity of the illness. And like Dr. Trevetti's study, he made sure people had moderate or severe illness. But, and there may be situations like with bupropion alone, there's several studies suggesting that it's the lighter users or the less severe population that might work, where maybe the combination therapy of the naltrexone and the bupropion, or particularly with stimulant medication, it may be better to use it in individuals who are heavier users. Repeatedly, we have found that, in fact, when you have less or lighter users, in one of our earliest trials, which was a combination study about 5 or 10 years ago, we got an effect size of 0.37 when we took all comers. But then when we did a subsequent trial in which we only took the heavier users, those that use 9 or 10 days a month, that group, we got an effect size of 1.36, much, much higher. And it may be that certain medications might be better for one group or the other. We don't have enough data, though, to determine that often up front. But again, throughout the studies that are viewed as negative, like Walter Ling's study, which looked at methylphenidate for methamphetamine users, overall, the study was negative. In a secondary analysis with the heavier users, there was actually a significant difference. So often medications get turned down or negated out of hand when in those studies, it may be that certain groups will do better or worse based on the medication. So modafinil, another example, with Dr. Anderson's work, you saw the data from Dr. McCann showing that adherence was an issue and that affected treatment outcome. But what also affected outcome in that study was those who had a current alcohol use disorder. They did worse in treatment than those without the alcohol disorder, either history or current. And also the male population did better than the female population in her study. So what happens is a study is called negative, and then we forget about it rather than maybe going back and seeing the signals, and that we may have to, like other medications that are out there for hypertension or ADHD, that some patients are going to do better, and we're not going to have a magic bullet for all patients that enter these trials. Perhaps the thing that I struggle with, I'm an addiction psychiatrist, is what do you do about psychiatric and medical comorbidity? If you do any research in this area, you know that cocaine users or amphetamine users who are dependent on these drugs have high rates of comorbidity, depression, anxiety, PTSD, comorbid alcohol use, as mentioned by Jessica Halsey. And the other disorder that's often ignored is ADHD, which can clearly impact on treatment. In most studies, it's just ignored. Nobody even assesses for ADHD, and that can have a major impact on treatment outcome. The question is do you take these patients or do you exclude them? I would tell you in the old days, they were frequently excluded, and often you were afraid if you submitted a grant to a review committee that you'd get criticized, that it's too messy of a population. I think review committees have come around quite a bit. And now there's sort of this middle ground where we'll take patients who do have psychiatric comorbidity, but put in place that if the comorbidity is severe, then they're excluded. And we even allow people now on medication if they're stable on their medication and it won't impact on the other medication that's given part of the trial. What I liked what Dr. Trevetti did in his trial, which is something we do in our trials as well, is taking patients if they're on a case-by-case situation, allowed to come in if the treating team and the investigators feel that they're stable enough to be in the treatment trial. And I think going case by case is a very rational way to go, because we do want to take as many patients as possible, both in terms of the practical aspects of recruitment, but also from the aspect that it's best in terms of a public health initiative or intervention. Finally, I'll just say a couple of words about placebo lead-in, since that was mentioned. We've been doing that for many years at Columbia. Again, it came from our depression colleagues, which I know is Trevetti's background. Our depression colleagues have done this for years, in which we bring people into trials and then we do not randomize them. We follow them for a period of time. If they stop using or they stop using or they're not adherent with the treatment procedures, then we don't randomize them. And this reduces some of the placebo responses that Dr. Trevetti was mentioning. My experience with placebo response is if you have a high bar, like abstinence at the end of the trial, which is the common high bar that people use or have been using, you get very low placebo response rates. In the heavier users, with that kind of bar, we usually don't get a placebo response rate of more than 0 to 5 or 10%, pretty low placebo responses. However, what was also mentioned is that perhaps it is too high of a bar. Well, reduction of use, I won't say is a low bar, but it's a setting the bar differently. And that's, I think, a very reasonable thing that you can consider. But again, no free lunch, that when you have reduction in use, you may get a greater or a higher placebo response rate, and you're going to have to deal with that issue. I know Brian Kulik is talking later today about using changes in days of use and going from one category into another. We've done the same thing with marijuana studies, in which we've looked at not having to have people become abstinent, but going down to either low level frequency of use or 0 to 1 day of use. The big question is, does this have clinical relevance? And I think growing data is suggesting that. There's an interesting paper by Dr. Blanken, in which it was a study in which it was actually using dextroamphetamine. And what they found is in that study, that besides the fact that the medication worked for abstinence, that also reduction of use was shown to improve overall functioning in terms of physical, psychiatric, and social functioning, so that those two measures were linked. And I think that's important, because when we can start showing that, then we may be able to change what our outcome measures are and show that there's a particular benefit. Clinically, somebody going from 7 days or 10 days or 20 days a month to 1 or 2 days a month, just clinically, that feels like that should be a significant change. We just have to establish that. So I know I've talked very quickly, but I had a lot to say, and I wanted to cover some of the things that have been said prior to me talking today. So thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Dr. Levin, and helpful in that reminder about thinking about the severity of illness, as well as the reality of the patient population with whom we're working, and thinking through then who do we include and try to identify that treatment effect so that we can evaluate. And then appreciated too your call out to let's look at that 20 years, more than that, research that has been done, and what can we pull from that and make improvements to truly move forward. So thank you so much. I'll let you step out. We have 2 more stakeholder perspectives, and then we're going to bring everybody back on the screen at the same time. But next we want to round back to our colleagues at NIDA, and in particular want to hear from Bob Walsh. Bob, you're chief of the Regulatory Affairs Branch of the Division of Therapeutics and Medical Consequences at NIDA. And as nearly everyone in the community knows, NIDA is a major funder of this research. What thoughts does this discussion raise for you?
Thank you, Susan, and thank you to all the organizers for allowing me to participate in this panel today. As you know, NIDA does do a lot of funding, and we fund many different aspects of the drug abuse phenomenon. Our division, however, the Division of Pharmacotherapeutics and Medical Consequences, is focused more on the actual, more of an applied style of getting treatments to patients. So we're interested in, getting investigational new drug applications submitted, hopefully leading to new drug applications for new treatments, more so than we might be in publications as a general focus. In addition to awarding grants, we also try to help de-risk projects that might not otherwise go forward or may be stumbling, and there might be something we can do to help. Obviously help by offering advice based upon our experience and our expertise in this area. And just to give a little perspective, for instance, like under the HEAL initiative, NIDA was tasked with obtaining 15 INDs and 5 NDAs within a 5-year period, a very ambitious goal, especially on the NDA side. It would be great to see something like that in the stimulant field as well, to kind of come out to help drive the field a little bit. So therefore, based on that, DTMC is very interested in identifying valid endpoints that could be used in registration quality trials to support the approval of effective treatments. And I'm happy to say that industry involvement has improved, with some big pharma becoming interested in SUD, but most of the development work is still with smaller companies who have limited resources, and therefore the grant funding becomes very important in helping these potential treatments move forward. I think it's critical that the collaboration between industry, NIDA, and academia are valuable to help identify and then develop promising treatments. I do think the identification of valid endpoints can help increase the interest of pharma, especially big pharma, in this area. The endpoints, I think we feel, need to be practical and meaningful and should demonstrate a clinical benefit for the patient. I think the more specific the indication is sought, the more useful it will probably be. Nebulous endpoints that have kind of multiple ways of defining are probably not easily approvable and very difficult to develop. Rare treatment outcomes, on the other hand, too, may require very large Ns or may be difficult to achieve in a timely manner to try and get new treatments to patients as quickly as possible. We know there's great interest in the field regarding reduction in drug use as an endpoint, and that reduction should be tied to a meaningful clinical endpoint. And we're going to hear a lot more about that in the next session, so I won't go any farther than that, just to say that I'm looking forward to hearing that as well. I think it's also important to continue how the potential treatment will be used by physicians and patients. When we design a study, it's important that we should try to mimic how it's envisioned to be used in the field, because that's the only way we truly figure out the best way to guide physicians and patients themselves, depending on how the treatment is delivered, for the most highest chance of a successful outcome. I think something too that we struggle with sometimes is the time frame of a study is important, because many measures we've learned have difficulty showing a change within 1 or 2 months. Trials may need to be 6 months or longer to be able to show a meaningful change on a specific measure, and they need to be sufficiently long to show a sustained effect so we know it's truly accomplishing what we want. I think something to keep in mind in phase 2 studies, the most promising endpoint should be the primary, but this is the chance to have additional potential endpoints as secondary measures. Phase 2 is obviously the opportunity to determine which outcome is the most meaningful. We may find that one of the secondaries actually is more useful than perhaps the intended primary at the time the study was designed. So demonstrating improvements on specific clinical outcomes are then able to be repeated in confirmatory phase 3 trials and move things forward. I believe, there's always the hope that approval can be obtained on one phase 2 and one phase 3 study. And it does happen, although I think it's a little more rare. Although I do think that rigorous, well-designed phase 2 studies might help improve that, especially for those areas of unmet medical need and life-threatening conditions. So with that in mind, I think we need to be open to alternate study designs, do adaptive designs, help to minimize dropout or ensure that limited resources are used most efficiently to get to a proper answer. Does the chance for success improve due to the opportunity for midstream adjustments? Or even would a clinical trial stimulation of some of those alternate designs maybe help give us a little idea to identify where might be potential problems or what might be issues as we start to use it practically. And then I think too, it's also the concern about what statistical issues might be involved and how do we accommodate those. So those are all thoughts that are very important. I think too, as we've heard from others, and I can't agree more, it's very important to identify the population we're seeking to treat. Stimulant users may use their preferred drug in different ways. We know there may be hardcore users that use every day. There may be some that only use on the weekends. Some may use it to improve school or job performance. And then what about the new users and versus polydrug users? And also, it's quite a mishmash of various individuals and styles that might have a real impact on whether you see a sufficient signal or not. I think we need to listen to patients regarding what they need and what they're looking to treat to help guide us on what are the most salient things we should be looking at. That brings us up. Bob Temple used to always talk about and promoted enriching study populations. FDA has provided guidance on that. And that's a question. How do we enrich that study population to be sure we end up with a meaningful answer about the utility of the potential treatment being investigated? Early studies may be more the chance to enroll more general populations, which can then hopefully identify if there are subpopulations that benefit from any specific treatment. And that enrollment criteria can then be tailored to enroll those patients in the future or confirmatory studies. I think, we heard from Dr. McCann, we also need to consider non-adherence. We can't ignore it. The use of placebo run-ins with markers like riboflavin or acetazolamide or things like that are probably important to make sure that we're having the proper population tested so we truly get an answer at the end of the day and know that we can count on it. I think one other thing too is we heard from Jessica, which I thought really resonated with me, is we also need to make sure our patients feel safe and also that they feel valued. I think we need to help them understand that we appreciate the sacrifices they make and the time they take to enroll in these studies to help not only themselves, but many of their friends and others as well. And I think it's important we make sure they're aware of that. I think too, another consideration we think about is the route of administration. We know that there's some that inject their drug of choice. There's others who snort, smoke, and use it orally. How does that have a difference on how a particular medication might work or a particular aspect of the population that may benefit from it the best? And should we consider that as a stratification factor in a lot of our studies, just to try and make sure we either balance that out to see what may be happening? Getting down to the last couple of things I just want to say is we'll also hear more in the next session. We've heard some already about interest in the change in level of severity as identified by DSM-5 criteria. Obviously, that can be helped to characterize the study population. And if a reduction in the severity level is a targeted outcome, then participants with different levels of severity may need to be stratified in those early studies to kind of balance out and see what might really be working or not. If it appears to be effective in only participants with a certain level of severity, as based on the analysis of those afterwards, then a study may want to target them using that to help identify the population that would be most benefit from this treatment that's being tested. Finally, successful outcomes need to be validated to ensure their acceptance by regulatory bodies. And this is another area of research I think that's needed. As new outcomes other than abstinence are identified, they need to be validated, and the search for efficacious treatments will be greatly enhanced as a result of that. So there's definitely work on many aspects along the research continuum for people to do. And lastly, I'd just like to say that hopefully this workshop will challenge all of us to think about how we can do this a little better. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bob, for grounding and reminding us that NIDA is an additional collaborator with patients, with the academic community, with regulated industry, as we all kind of work together here to address it. The importance of translating into clinical practice, and then I might capture some of your thoughts being adaptability. So saying what can we do here to drive things forward. So thank you so much. We're going to see you in just a little bit. Right after we turn to Dr. Miriam Afshar. And Miriam, you are the Senior Medical Officer in the Division of Anesthesiology, Addiction Medicine, and Pain Medicine in the Office of Neuroscience at FDA, and particularly within CDER's Office of New Drugs. You do get the title for longest title today in this panel, which is, there's a lot of stiff competition, but you play in a really important role at FDA. And while we're getting to you last, which happens often to regulators, it's really important that we consider regulator expectations up front in our research to make sure that the work is going to be regulatorily relevant at the end of the day. You've heard a lot of this conversation now. I just want to turn to you. What's your reaction? What thoughts would you like to share?
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Susan. Prior to joining FDA, I was doing clinical research in stimulant use disorder, and some of these challenges that we heard definitely resonates with me as a researcher. And these are some of the challenges that have prevented us from having successful trials. Certainly, we heard about non-adherence to treatment and professional subjects, and those are major factors. It goes without saying that it's really important to recruit subjects who want to participate and who want to change their use pattern and are motivated. There are some ideas about what can help, such as like payment structure or not disclosing exactly what the exclusion criteria are, or subject registries, to name a few. There are some ideas about excuse me. The other issue is missing data and high dropout rate. And historically, many of these trials had 3 times per week toxicology testing, which resulted in a lot of missing data and dropout. Was it also a factor who could participate in the study, because coming to the site 3 times per week can significantly interfere with full-time employment. And that might have meant that subjects who were more symptomatic and were more severe could enroll in these studies. We also heard about challenges with broad or too narrow inclusion and exclusion criteria. The diagnosis of stimulant use disorder includes cocaine, methamphetamine, and misuse of prescription stimulants. Can all these be combined in one study, or using the same drug with different routes, can all those be in one study? Also, it's important to mention people use for different reasons, and can all different contexts and purpose of use be in one study. For example, if someone is using stimulants to cope with a demanding schedule, or with because they don't want to fall asleep because they don't have a stable or safe housing, would they respond to antagonist treatment, or would agonist treatment be a better choice for them? Also, different ways of measuring response to treatment other than urine tox screens may be needed. Another design issue that has already come up is, if the bar is too low for study drug, it's also too low for placebo. So you want your drug to show something that this placebo cannot do. You may also be wondering about harm reduction as another concept. And harm reduction implies that we are measuring harm, and there is a clinical benefit, and we are definitely open to that. But harm reduction also sometimes it refers to reduction in use, and that's very difficult to operationalize and define how much someone is using, especially this is not like cigarettes or alcohol that is going to be easier to measure as far as the amount goes. And how long does it take to see response to treatment? These are also things that we need to think about. If someone is using sporadically, would they show any response in a short study? And what else should be considered that would be important to individuals and caregivers? And what actually brings the individuals with stimulant use disorder to treatment? So we are eagerly looking forward to the discussion today to shed some light on some of these problems.
Well, so Miriam, you've underscored the truly, myriad issues that as a regulator trying to navigate in evaluating the research that you may be presented with as candidates move through the regulatory process. I'll ask our production team, let's put the whole panel back together. So all of our panelists and our initial speakers, if you all turn your cameras back on, let's all come back together and have a bit of a conversation here. We have a bit of time, and I have 2 specific questions that came in from the chat. So just a quick one, Maria, this is a very specific one about the Reset app, and it's okay if you don't know it, but is CMS reimbursing for that? That's a component. It'll be a reality when we have an approved treatment, but do you have a quick answer to that?
Well, I would say this is in progress. We have Mass Medical actually just came on board, and CMS is in dialogue, so more to come on that.
All right, and I should note we are going to talk about the payer perspective at the end of the day, because that is certainly something that matters. Should we get treatments through through the clinical trial process and the regulatory process, then part of that incorporation into real life, which Bob reminded us of, and Jessica as well, is coverage for those by health insurance plans. Let me do one question for Dr. Trevetti. This is a specific question for you that came in through the Q&A, and that was about whether in the study design, I will assume, but did you explain that study design to patients and any type of reaction from patients in kind of the uniqueness of the study design? And then similarly, any questions from the IRB in thinking through something that was different than what they might have expected?
So I'm happy to forego my answer if I can ask a question for Dr. Upshar, but short answer is no. So what we did was all of the components, as everyone is talking about, that lead to a threat to efficacy, showing efficacy if it exists, were taken into account. So we actually kept participants, investigators, and clinical trial sites blinded to the contingencies of the design. So therefore, none of that, how many people were likely to get randomized to placebo versus medication at each stage, what was the definition of the criteria needed to go to stage 2, what were the endpoints decided, all of that was blinded. In fact, we got DSMB approvals and FDA, at least DSMB approvals and NIDA approvals to even clinicaltrials.gov actually had a generic protocol that said you could get a drug or a placebo, but not the timing or the definitions, et cetera. So that was actually very important because I think that, as Dr. McCann mentioned about participants having some difficulty with adherence, et cetera, my bias as a clinical trialist is the clinical sites and investigators and coordinators also have a huge problem. So we wanted to ensure that the entire enterprise was participating in this sequential parallel comparison design.
Really helpful. Thank you for that. So we're back. We have, the final 5 minutes of pulling together all of the wisdom that you've shared in the last at least hour and a half, if I'm counting minutes correctly. I think it might be most helpful if I'm going to challenge each of you to respond with something that you heard during our session that you want to use your, imagine you were reviewing something and you were going to highlight it. So I'm giving you all the opportunity to use your verbal highlighter, and I'm going to call on you. And if you would call out and say, what do you want to make sure that you highlight? And I see Dave wants to kick off here because he gave me his piece, but I'm going to tick through each of you. What out of this discussion do you want to make sure to highlight? And we'll need to go fairly quickly through you, but I want to give everybody the opportunity to answer that question. Dave.
So I just want to briefly jump back to Jessica's comments, and I appreciated her talking about the patients we need to help. During my presentation, I was focused on professional subjects. I was obsessing about that, but we need to obsess just as strongly about the patients who want our help.
Fabulous highlight. Let me go next, Maria.
Sure. I also wanted to pick up on a couple of points that Jessica had made. I believe very strongly that she's right that the polysubstance issue is critical and that we can err by using too narrow a lens in understanding these patients' struggle with addiction. And secondly, I thought it was really a very valuable point to underscore, as Jessica said, that there is a process of rebuilding one's social network, communication strategies, time management, all of this during recovery. And so I think it's for that reason that really close attention to making use of these validated behavioral therapies is important because it's a long uphill climb.
Great. Thank you, Maria. I'll give you a little bit of a heads up here now. I'm going to go Bob, Madukar, Francis. Bob.
Okay. Yeah, as many of us have heard, it's always nice to get the patient perspective because you tend to be a little bit, apart from that at times. And it's important that we get pulled back into keeping that in mind. I like the idea of, I think what Jessica mentioned about, the rebuilding and the patient journey. I think we need to keep that in mind, the whole patient journey. We focus sometimes on certain aspects of the condition, but there's other aspects where there might be treatments or things that might be valuable to help that may not be as obvious to us when we're just focusing on, urines or things like this. So I think that's the other part that came home to me, is kind of, listening to the patient for what's the entire journey like, and are there other places that we can have an impact or positive influence?
Fabulous. So I'm going to go to Madhukar, then Francis, Jessica, Miriam, and Sarah. So Madhukar.
I'll take just a second. I think, again, weaving in Jessica's point, but coming back to Dr. Afshar's point, I think our work is cut out. If I heard it right, just a mere reduction in urine drug screens is not sufficient to call harm reduction. So we will, as a field, have to figure out what qualifies as harm reduction and really move towards that. And I think that seems to be and that's where patient perspective will be very helpful, because if they can tell us and we can communicate eloquently what that real harm reduction is, then we can go to the FDA for that aspect. Did I hear it right, Dr. Afshar?
So if you can show clinical benefit that is sustainable, that's what we are interested in.
Okay, so important highlight and to underscore. Francis.
Well, I would just add to what Madhukar just said, but also the term sustainable. Often a 12-week trial doesn't provide that, and you're only having people on the medication for 12 weeks. And if you were treating hypertension or other disorders, to see a sustained improvement, you have to have people on the medication for a long period of time. And often we're not funded beyond 12 weeks or even 6-week trials, which I was hearing today, it's hard to find a psychosocial or a psychiatric or medical positive outcome with a short-term intervention. And I think, so the other thing is, how do you translate a short-term finding and get an effect early on? What I was going to comment on, that was what I was going to comment on. So the other thing I would just comment on is that we have seen signals in many of the clinical trials over the years, and yet when the overall study is negative, we move on. And I think that to go back over some of these trials and find the subgroups that might benefit, and then doing a trial with the subgroup, it's, I was grateful that NIDA funded me for a trial that showed a signal with all comers. And then when we repeated it in the heavier users, we got quite a significant finding. So, I think sometimes you can, if you're given the opportunity to do that, or, Madhukar's study, do you really need to split it up into 4 treatment arms if you've got a signal with the one arm alone? That was the criticism I got on the combination therapy. You need 4 treatment arms, and maybe, we're in a state where we really need treatments desperately right now. If we see a strong enough signal with a combination therapy, that may be the way to go. So those are my comments.
Great. Thanks for your highlighter. Jessica, come to you for your highlight.
Probably 2 quick points to add. One sort of following up on a comment from Bob. We've been asking our patients some of the feedback on what they look for in participating in research. And Bob sort of hit on that we want to understand the why. How is this going to not just help me, but how does this help my friends in my network that I see struggling? And so I think taking the time to read us in on what you're doing, and then closing the loop and translating your findings in a way that we can understand it is really important. So we know the importance, and we can grow the number of patients that are actively participating in research and looking to research to new findings and discovery to help ourselves, our network of friends, and our families. And then another quick add-on, just to respond to Dr. Levin, longer trials and interventions. This is not a quick fix. We're talking about major changes and having more time in some of these trials and studies to sort of look at interventions or new treatments. I think is really important. We have our patients who find stable recovery will tell you that this is years, not months, of rebuilding a life and lifestyle and modifications and support systems, and that stabilizing on a medication, we're looking right now only at sort of the alcohol use disorder and the opioid use disorder medications, but having that as a helper So then you can do all the work that comes on the behavioral health piece, and the psychosocial piece is really critical. So looking to potentially look at longer studies and giving more funding for more time for the researchers to do their work would be something that I think is reinforced by what we hear from our patients.
Awesome. Thank you, Jessica. Miriam, and then Sarah, we're going to come to you to round us out. Miriam.
Just quickly, everybody mentioned patient-centric trials, and also learning from the trials in the past and reanalyzing previous trials using different subsets of patients would be the two highlights for me.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Sarah, take us
Yes, thank you.
home.
So yeah, just a couple of final points. Clinical trial populations really, should represent patients likely to benefit from the treatment in the real world, and that, may often include patients with co-occurring disorders. And then finally, as has been mentioned by many of my fellow panelists, the need for a patient-focused approach, and really the importance of outcomes that are meaningful to patients and their families.
Excellent. It's one of the things I'm thinking, if I were studying with you, I would peek at your highlights, because they captured the things that we needed to know from the discussion. So thank you all for joining us for this, for helping us to get a better sense of what we might do to improve clinical trial design and advance our objective of trying to yield treatments to treat stimulant use disorder. With that, I'm going to thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to say to all of the participants in the workshop, we're going to take a break for the next 10 minutes, and we will start at the bottom of the hour with our third session of the day. So thank you all, and we'll be back with the broadcast in just about 10 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Carla Rodriguez-Watson. I am the Director of Research here at the FDA Foundation. I will be monitoring our next session on identifying clinically meaningful and patient-centric endpoints. So just in a moment, we will hear a presentation from Dr. Brian Killick, as well as some reactions from our esteemed panel of discussants before we open it up for a group discussion. As a reminder, please submit your questions for our speakers using the Q&A. And at this time, I would like to turn the mic over to Dr. Brian Killick. He is an associate professor of psychiatry at Yale School of Medicine. Brian, would you pick up the microphone, please?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Great. All right, let me see. I'm trying to advance my slide here. There we go. Hello, everyone. First, let me just say thank you to the Reagan-Udall Foundation for putting together this great workshop. It is an honor to be a part of. And I'm going to be presenting my work toward identifying clinically meaningful and patient-centric endpoints. So just a bit of background, thinking about endpoints for substance use disorder clinical trials. FDA put out some guidance in 2018 to help industry in terms of selecting endpoints for clinical trials. And of note, the recommended primary efficacy endpoint has been a decrease in drug use based on a comparison of responders. The preferred type of analysis would be to compare responders to those who are non-responders. And part of the challenge then is coming up with what would define a treatment responder as an endpoint. The most commonly used threshold to define a treatment responder in clinical trials for substance use has been abstinence. And that is typically defined by an absence of positive urine toxicology screens, as well as attendance at all urine submissions. And so this not only presents methodological challenges for measuring sustained periods of abstinence in clinical trials, but it's also a clinical challenge for research participants, those who are seeking treatment where this may be a relatively high bar to achieve a sustained period of abstinence and may not even match with what their goals for treatment are either. Interestingly, there has been a long-held misassumption that abstinence is the only endpoint that FDA would accept for clinical trials to demonstrate efficacy of a medication. In fact, thresholds other than abstinence would be acceptable as a primary efficacy endpoint. The question, however, is that the other endpoint, an endpoint other than abstinence, particularly a reduction in drug use, would need to show some prediction of clinical benefit. So there needs to be demonstration that whatever reduction-based measure or whatever drug use measure is used as an endpoint, that there is some clinical benefit to the patient that is demonstrated. And so our work at Yale over the last 5 to 8 years or so has been trying to help identify as well as evaluate different cocaine use outcome measures or stimulant use outcome measures. So we do have clinical trials that were conducted here at Yale, primarily led by Kathy Carroll, that have occurred over the last 20 or so years. And we created a pooled data set of these trials to better evaluate different cocaine use outcome measures, and particularly with respect to their relationship with long-term functioning, thinking that those that have a stronger relationship with long-term functioning may be better to use as an efficacy endpoint. And although we've evaluated different continuous outcome measures, our question was to try to identify if there was a threshold of cocaine use that might be more or less likely associated with long-term functioning. An important question in this line of research is, first, what is clinical benefit? If we think about this in terms of a clinical or a continuous outcome, we can see sort of more or less problems on a given measure. But what we wanted to do was try to come up with a threshold or a cut point for something that might be a proxy or definition for a good functioning or a good outcome. And so one of the things that we used to evaluate this was an assessment measure, which is a semi-structured clinical interview based measure that is the Addiction Severity Index. It measures the severity of problems across a range of domains, including medical, legal, employment, psychiatric, and family social domains. And we use this measure to come up with a proxy of a good functioning outcome, which we refer to as the problem-free functioning variable. This was a binary variable, so individuals would either meet or not meet this threshold for problem-free functioning. And problem-free functioning would essentially mean the absence of physical or psychosocial problems. So what we wanted to do then is, now that we have this so-called proxy for a good outcome, problem-free functioning, would then be to go back and look and see if there were various cut points or thresholds of cocaine use that were more or less associated with problem-free functioning. And so in our pooled data set, we were able to establish the number of participants in these clinical trials who actually achieved this problem-free functioning threshold by the end of treatment. And so this is a graph of all of the individuals that met that problem-free functioning threshold at the end of treatment. Again, problem-free functioning is the absence of physical or psychosocial problems in the past 30 days. So these were individuals who reported 0 days of problems across these various life domains in the last month. We have 183 who actually met this threshold in the final month of treatment. And our goal with this type of a graph was to see if there was a particular bend in the slope of this line to distinguish the cut point for the number of days of cocaine use in the final month of treatment that might be more or less associated with those who achieved problem-free functioning. So if we just look at this visually, we see that 87% of those who achieved problem-free functioning at the end of treatment were using 14 days or less of cocaine in the final month of treatment. While statistically this may be meaningful, thinking that 87% of the people met the problem-free functioning criteria, clinically it doesn't jive very well with thinking about a good outcome for clinical reduction in cocaine use. So 14 days in the final month of treatment may be a little too lenient in terms of improving cocaine use. So, but what we do see is, if we look a little further down the left of this graph, 54% of those that achieved problem-free functioning were actually using 4 days or less in the final month. 29% reported 0 days of cocaine use. That left about a quarter of those who met problem-free functioning using between this 1 to 4 day range. And so what we wanted to do was explore this a little bit further and not just look at the end of treatment, but particularly what predicts clinical benefit. So thinking about the long-term improvement in functioning, We do have assessments across our clinical trials that did assessments up to 12 months following the end of the treatment period. And so what we did here with this analysis was to look at the days of cocaine use in the final month of treatment using these various cut points that we established from the prior graph that you saw, and determine the probability of achieving problem-free functioning during this 12-month follow-up period. So based on how many days of cocaine use people reported at the end of treatment, what was the likelihood that they were achieving problem-free functioning during the 12-month follow-up period? We did see that those that reported 0 days of use in the final month of treatment, and this was urine-confirmed abstinence, those with 0 days of use showed the greatest increase in the probability of achieving problem-free functioning during the 12-month period. But interestingly, those that used between 1 to 4 days also showed a significant increase in their probability of achieving problem-free functioning. And this wasn't appreciably different from those that achieved abstinence in the final month of treatment, thereby indicating there may be some potential for the low frequency level of cocaine use as a potential clinically meaningful outcome. We followed this up with additional analyses from a paper that we published in 2019. And here we broke down the participants in the clinical trial based on a cocaine frequency level into categories. So we created these categories based on our prior analyses, and we looked at those who would fit into a category of abstinence. So that was 0 days of cocaine use in the past month. Again, this is urine confirmed, as well as a category for those in this low frequency category, which would be 1 to 4 days of cocaine use in the past month. And then a third category we had was the high frequency category. So 5 or more days of use in the past month we deemed as high frequency. And what we did was look at just how the distribution of participants and how they fell across these categories. So at baseline, we have 0 participants in the abstinence because everyone who was entering their trial at baseline was had some level of cocaine use. But we do see that there was 16% of the participants achieved abstinence in the final month of treatment, so fell into this abstinence category. And nearly 29% fell into this low frequency category. So again, thinking that there may be a substantial proportion of participants who are able to reduce or reach a low frequency level of cocaine use. It's not just the end of treatment category that people fall into, but really, where do people start and where do they end up? So we want to think about this in terms of decreasing the frequency level. So if we think about the decrease in category, cocaine frequency category, from baseline to end of treatment, what we see is that 26% of the participants decreased at least 1 level, and then around 12% decreased 2 levels. Since we only have 3 levels here, those that decreased 2 levels would have gone from the high frequency category down to abstinence. And what we did was then think about the clinical benefit of reducing frequency categories. We found that a 1 or 2 level reduction had more favorable outcomes at the 12-month follow-up time point. And favorable outcomes, this would be in terms of less problem severity in areas of cocaine use, psychological, employment, and legal functioning. And this was again based on the addiction severity index. Also, interestingly, what we found is that those that reduced from a high frequency category to a low frequency actually had similar psychosocial outcomes compared to those who reduced from a high frequency to abstinence. Again, highlighting maybe there is some potential for this low frequency category to be deemed a clinically meaningful outcome. Shifting from just frequency of use, outcomes or endpoints in substance use trials are typically based on some measure of frequency of stimulant use or abstinence. However, frequency of use is actually not a criterion for the disorder. And this is from the DSM, language from the DSM. The only language regarding the frequency of use is really that this is a problematic pattern of substance use leading to clinically significant impairment or distress as manifested by at least 2 of the following occurring within a 12-month period. And here are the 11 criteria for a substance use disorder as listed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the 5th edition. And there are 11 symptom criteria. And again, none of these measure the frequency or address the frequency of use or the amount of use. These are really about the person's level of functioning or consequences that occur in the context of that use. DSM-5 has also introduced a severity category rating, so mild, moderate, and severe, to distinguish between those amongst the severity of those with a substance use disorder. And this is based on the number of criteria that are established or endorsed by the individual. Mild would be 2 to 3 criteria, moderate 4 to 5, and then those meeting criteria for a severe substance use disorder would have 6 or more. In addition, there's also a definition for early remission in DSM-5. This would be identified by someone who does not meet any of the substance use disorder criteria except for craving for at least a 3-month period. So having a period of 3 months where the individual does not endorse any of these symptom criteria except for craving, they would be considered to be an early remission. So this may also be some potential to look at as an endpoint. I bring this up because change in symptom criteria of severity is commonly used across other psychiatric disorders. For instance, I have some examples here in depression. There's the Montgomery-Åsberg Depression Rating Scale, which is a clinician-administered assessment that measures the severity of the symptom criteria for depression. This is an FDA-accepted primary efficacy endpoint. There are also other trials that have looked at a 50% reduction in symptom score or severity. There are also self-report scales measuring the symptoms of depression. We don't have such a thing for substance use disorders, or at least ones that have not been very commonly used. And that has been sort of my question and an area that I've been looking at more regularly, that I think this is a direction that we can move in, of why are we not using the DSM criteria as a potential outcome. Interestingly, the FDA guidance that was put out in 2018 actually mentioned this, that the sponsor could use proportion of patients meeting DSM-5 criteria for remission, and this was for opioid use disorder, at the end of the trial as a primary or secondary efficacy endpoint. So as I mentioned, me and our group here at Yale have been looking at this as a potential outcome, looking at the DSM-5 symptom criteria as an outcome. One of our challenges has been that we often, and this is not just for our research group, but many clinical trials, do not repeat an evaluation of the DSM symptoms at the end of the trial or during a follow-up period. And frame then currently described in the DSM, and I'll say more about that toward the end of this talk. But what we did is we looked at those who fell into each of the severity categories at the end of the treatment period. And we see that there were 23 who no longer met criteria for alcohol use disorder at the end of treatment. And we did a comparison of their alcohol use and other outcomes during a 6-month follow-up period based on their DSM severity category at the end of treatment. We saw that those who no longer met criteria for an alcohol use disorder at the end of the treatment period had the greatest percentage of days abstinent during the 6-month period follow-up, the fewest percentage of heavy drinking days, and the fewest alcohol-related consequences. And this is the short inventory of problems, is the SIP, is a measure of consequences. Most recently, we've looked at this within a completed trial of treatment-seeking cocaine users, and this is data that is unpublished at the moment, but also I'm working on that. We also repeated the structured clinical interview. So we did this at baseline, where we measured the DSM-5 severity category, and we had 82% of the sample meeting criteria for a severe cocaine use disorder at the start of treatment. This was a 12-week treatment trial. At the end of treatment, so at 12 weeks, we have 26 individuals. This was 38% of those who were assessed at the 12-week period, who no longer met the disorder threshold in the past 30 days. Thinking about the benefits of no longer meeting that threshold, we see that those who no longer met the threshold at the end of treatment reported the lowest days of cocaine use in the final month of treatment. So it wasn't exactly 0, but the mean was very close to 0, thinking that maybe there is some low level of cocaine use that could be associated with those that no longer meet disorder threshold. And importantly, in thinking about the long-term clinical benefit of this endpoint, those that no longer met the disorder threshold actually had the highest rates of abstinence from cocaine during a 12-month follow-up period, with reporting an abstinence rate around 90% during a 12-month follow-up period. So in trying to sum up these 2 lines of research, there are potentially promising endpoints here. One could be If we were thinking about using cocaine use to define a responder, we might consider thinking about this low level or low frequency level of cocaine use. And importantly, not just whether individuals are at a low level of cocaine use by the end of treatment, but based on where they started. So is there a reduction in the frequency of their cocaine use? Rather than looking at this as a continuous reduction, thinking about a reduction in their frequency category could be helpful here. So reducing from a high category to a low category or low to abstinence may be useful in looking at as a primary efficacy endpoint. Other than frequency or rates of use, we also might consider the DSM-5 diagnostic threshold as a potential endpoint. This could also be looked at in terms of the reduction in severity category may be a promising endpoint as well. There are still several challenges to thinking about using these outcomes. First, a validation of the self-reported frequency of stimulant use is a challenge. Abstinence, we have a way of validating that, and although it presents some methodological challenges in terms of the frequency with which urine samples are collected during a clinical trial and what you do with missing data, validating a low frequency level of cocaine use through some objective measures such as a urine toxicology screen can be really difficult. And I'm not sure if it's even possible. So that's certainly one of the challenges by having to just simply rely on self-report. In terms of thinking about DSM, the structured clinical interview for the DSM is a gold standard for evaluating diagnostic criteria, but it can be really resource intense, might not be feasible for many clinical facilities, and may require a lot of resources for clinical trials as well. The time frame, I think, is a bigger issue with the DSM. The definition for a current substance use disorder in the DSM is the symptoms that occur during the past 12-month period. This time frame may be quite too long for a clinical trial. We have adjusted that for our trials and evaluated the symptom criteria during the past 30 days. However, this would require some additional validation. I think there is opportunity to then look at different timeframes for symptom criteria and maybe considering not just the past 30 days, but the past 3 months as maybe another indicator of symptom criteria. This also presents a lot of opportunities. There are some assessments already available that may be useful for evaluating DSM criteria where you don't have to go through a structured clinical interview. The NIDA Modified Assist is a screening tool that could be useful and maybe could be considered to use as a repeat measure in a clinical trial. I also have received recent funding from NIDA to develop a patient-reported measure of the DSM-5 criteria, and this would be for opioid use disorder. But thinking about this with respect to stimulant use disorder, the idea would ultimately be the same. So this is a measure that's currently being developed and validated, thinking that if we have a list of the symptom criteria and measuring the patient-reported level of severity, this presents a really novel way of thinking about severity of substance use in a more patient-centric manner. We can measure the frequency or severity of the disorder criteria. It may provide some greater sensitivity to detect change if we're thinking about this symptom criteria over the past month. It will advance a measurement-based care approach and helping to understand what are the symptoms that are most severe for a particular patient, as well as evaluating where the improvement is with respect to the disorder. And it's also it's unknown in the moment if there is variation in the severity of individual DSM criterion, as currently it's really a yes or no if the criterion is endorsed, and we really don't know whether there is a scale of severity for each symptom criterion. So with that, I'm going to end my talk. I want to say thank you to NIDA for their support of my work, as well as the Action Group, which is a public-private partnership with the FDA that has funded some of the analyses that I presented here. And of course, even though I referred to myself, I have several collaborators and co-authors that have contributed to this work too. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Brian, and for really laying out all the work that you and your group and others have done in this space. I think I want to thank you first for underscoring the fact that the frequency of use is not part of the DSM-5 criteria, or that which kind of brought this patient into defining the disorder. And also that abstinence itself is not required, but that endpoints that are clinically meaningful and can show a clinical benefit are what the regulators are looking for. And so, this really addresses a lot of the questions we got previously in from public comment about looking at endpoints other than abstinence and more clinically meaningful endpoints that are important to patients. And with that, to open up our discussion, I'm going to first turn to Dr. Michelle Peavy. Michelle, would you turn your camera on so we can see you there? And as a licensed clinical psychologist who also holds a Washington State credential in substance use disorder treatment, and as a research scientist at the University of Washington, you've heard from Brian about how we can consider endpoints that are more nuanced than abstinence, yes, no, like that. So some of these are like the change in patterns of drug use and reduction in disease severity. How is patient progress measured in routine clinical care? And what is your reaction with regard to the measures that we've discussed here and how they align with success in clinical care?
Well, thank you so much for including the clinical voice in this discussion. And thanks to Brian and the work of himself and his colleagues to expand that definition. I've got to say, it's long been a gripe of mine as a clinician that our primary measuring tool for stimulant use is the most binary one of all, which is the urine drug screen. And I thought, if we only had measures that easily showed incremental reductions in use, that would be such a great gift. But I suppose if we must do urine drug screens, can we do so with, without erasing the nuance of people's hard work? So that's one comment I have, but I also wanted to bring to the conversation the clinician's viewpoint when we, what is it that we see from a clinician's viewpoint when someone has a stimulant use disorder? And a lot of the times we don't see that person. They have disappeared because people in the throes of a stimulant use disorder retreat away, and they retreat away from treatment and services, and they retreat away from their families and their communities. And people retreat for lots of reasons, for reasons of stigma and shame, but also the effects of the substance themselves. So if I'm a person that I use a lot of methamphetamine, I might become agitated or paranoid. And when people feel agitated and paranoid, we generally don't want to sit down and have a conversation with a provider or hang out in offices and waiting rooms. So bottom line, people in active stimulant use may not be showing up. They may just be out there using. And when we see people reconnect, show up, it's really a sign that people have lifted their heads out of their addiction at least a little bit. So I would argue, in addition to what Brian said, that connection and connection to services can also be an endpoint we can use in clinical trials. So if connection is kind of the construct, then how do we go about with measurement? And that actually becomes pretty easy because we can count the number of times that participants are having contacts and encounters. But I want to be really clear here because I'm not just talking about formal treatment contacts and treatment retention and engagement. Those things are really important. But I think we can be more broad in terms of our thinking about what connection really means. So can we count it if a person meets with a peer engagement specialist at a recovery cafe? Yes, we can count that. That is an observable behavior that we can count. And that is connection. That is coming out and being connected. What about people who meet with a care navigator at a low barrier bupe clinic? Yes, that is something we can count, and that is connection. Furthermore, of course, we can count encounters with primary care providers and behavioral health providers. And just by the way, people who use stimulants also are showing up in a lot of places that are not traditional treatment. So like their low barrier bupe clinics, recovery cafes, syringe services. And it also means that we should probably consider other venues besides formal treatment to gather data and conduct clinical trials. So I'll just say that connection and connection to services of all kinds is a worthy endpoint. And the other advantage of using connection as measured by service utilization is that it's, of course, not just an endpoint. Connection with services also predicts continued improvement. And I hesitate to use the word predicts in a room full of researchers because people get all up in arms about that term. But I think what we can agree on is that the more often that we lay eyes on someone with a stimulant use disorder and we touch somebody with a stimulant use disorder, the more opportunities we have to throw them a lifeline and to keep helping them out. So I will argue that connection is very important. Let's keep people who use stimulants very connected. And I'm just super excited to hear what the rest of the panel has to say. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Michelle. That was really terrific to outline that kind of vision of looking at engagement in care, much like we have done for other chronic conditions, of which we could argue stimulant use disorder is, and recognizing that long-term care that's really needed for these patients. And also, I think I want to highlight the point you made about, if we must use urine drug screens, that in ways that we don't negate the improvement that patients have had. Super important for validating, their continued progress in this area. And so with that, I'm going to turn to Phil Rutherford. So Phil, as the COO for Patients and Voices in Recovery, and as you've described yourself as a person in long-term recovery, how do patients measure their own progress or success, and how does what we're discussing for clinical trials align or not with what might be more reflective of patient goals and priorities?
Certainly. Well, thanks for having me, and I appreciate everything Brian and Michelle had, and I'm super grateful to be here. As I was listening, I really appreciate the points about frequency of use and severity and sort of how they apply to meaningful endpoints, because, and this is probably already apparent, but in case it's not, I'm not a researcher, I'm not a clinician. I am a person in recovery, and our organization, the association that our organization manages is responsible for about 165 recovery community organizations around the country. So we are boots on the ground, observing people coming in and out with substance use disorders, and stimulant use disorders being some of that. Just for a quick primer on that, a recovery community organization is a community-based nonprofit where people come and receive peer recovery support services. And that's services by someone that has had light training but has lived experience in the recovery process. So, and another thing I was looking at we talk a lot about what we can measure and how we go about collecting data and what that looks like. And I heard the term, the RCT or clinical trials. We don't do those. We do LDTs, right? We do life and death trials. And the people that come in and out of our places are people, a lot of times, that don't even necessarily have funding to get substance use disorder treatment. And I say that because the things like measuring how many days used and what's going on in the rest of their life, those for us are indicators of how well they're doing. And to the point that Michelle mentioned about someone showing up at a recovery cafe, a lot of times that tells us about how someone is doing. And we have a data platform that collects data on people as they come in and out. And the thing that we know, we've been watching this data for about 4 years now. What we know is that people that engage in services, specifically peer recovery support services, ultimately have greater, I can't remember the term, I think it was problem-free functioning. But in every area of their life, those outcomes or those endpoints seem to improve. Again, not a clinician, but there's something going on there. There's something, and in a statistically significant way, there is something happening with people as they engage in recovery support services. So I do get a little nervous when we're talking about this. I recognize that in order for, the point is we need a medication that has efficacy with people with stimulant use disorder. But I do get a little nervous when we're talking about how to effectively measure these endpoints, when I can tell you not one person has walked into a recovery community organization around the country and ever talked about, well, I need to meet this criteria, I need to meet that criteria. Mostly people are looking for, can I have a roof over my head? Can I eat food this week? The kind of quality of life questions, which has been pointed out to me, quality of life is a distal goal, and we can't use that as an endpoint. But I think there's something to be said for looking at how we go about even performing clinical trials to include information that is significant to the patient. And I promise you, what is significant to the patient is more about the quality of life stuff. So hopefully somewhere in there is intersection, and I really appreciate the work Brian is doing, because it has definitely moved us off just abstinence, because we know that is not the most meaningful criteria. I'll keep talking if you let me. So.
Well, we could listen to you talk for a very long time, Phil. So thank you for providing those insights. I think underscoring the direction that Dr. Killick's work is moving, and getting us closer to understanding more how those endpoints that we might observe in a clinical trial are related to more long-term, clinically meaningful, quality of life related issues like problem-free functioning. I think I am struck by, this, again, the emphasis on wanting to see how we can incorporate engagement in care. And it speaks to the issue of data interoperability and understanding all those mechanisms that are not traditionally viewed or seen as engagement in care, like meeting at treatment cafe. And with that, along the lines of getting back to something other than patterns of drug use that you mentioned, and looking at the more clinically meaningful, Dr. Killick talked a lot about the work he's been doing in the area of looking at changes in DSM-5, or the criteria that actually brought the patient into treatment or defined their disorder. He also mentioned some of the issues that are involved with implementing DSM-5 and with using it. And for that, I'd like to talk to Dr. Deborah Hassan. Dr. Hassan, as the acting director of the Division of Therapeutics and Medical Consequences as a professor of epidemiology at Columbia University in the Vagelos College of Physicians and Surgeons and the Department of Psychiatry, and in the Mailman School of Public Health, what are your thoughts? So how can you share the insight on how DSM criteria were identified and validated, and speak to some of the issues that Dr. Killick has outlined?
Well, thank you for inviting me to join the panel today. I am sorry I wasn't able to join up to now, so I didn't hear exactly what Dr. Killick had to say, but I can certainly talk about DSM-5 because I was quite involved with the work that went into developing those criteria. So the development of the DSM-5 criteria actually continued a process that was ongoing ever since the DSM-3R were published in 1987. So it's been a sort of accumulation of knowledge over the years. The part on DSM-5 specifically took place from the years 2007 to 2013. And that was organized by a work group of multidisciplinary experts, including myself, actually, that was convened by the American Psychiatric Association to work on revisions, improvements over the existing DSM-4 substance use disorder criteria, including cocaine and amphetamines. Our process involved starting out with really extensive literature reviews of prior studies of the reliability and validity of the diagnostic criteria, identifying key issues that needed attention, and then identifying investigators who would be willing to conduct additional analyses of existing data or else collect new data, including members of our work group, ourselves, and others. In all, by the time we got to publishing the criteria in 2013, data were analyzed across all different substances from the general population, clinical studies, adults and adolescents in the US and elsewhere, with over 200,000 study participants included. So there was really actually a massive amount of evidence. This wasn't just people sitting around and having armchair opinions about things. And for people that are interested, the report on this can be found in the American Journal of Psychiatry in 2013. So the 11 substance use disorder criteria, including for cocaine and amphetamines, include developing tolerance to the substance, withdrawal when the amount is cut down or abruptly stopped, craving, using more or longer than planned, repeated attempts, unsuccessful attempts to cut down or quit, a lot of time spent getting the substance, using it, or getting over its effects, major activities given up in order to use the substance, physical or psychological problems related to use, neglecting one's major roles in life in order to keep using the substance, hazardous use, which could be, driving while intoxicated or lots of other forms of use when intoxication could make conditions hazardous, and social interpersonal problems related to use. So the studies pretty consistently showed that these 11 criteria measured the concept of substance use disorder well, including cocaine and amphetamines, and each one of the criteria indicates something that's likely to be a clinically or personally meaningful problem. And these diagnoses had good to excellent reliability. So important for clinical trial, potentially important for clinical trial outcomes research, the work group also provided an indicator of DSM-5 severity, substance use disorder severity, with 2 to 3 of the criteria indicating a mild disorder, 4 to 5 indicating moderate, and 6 or more criteria indicating severe. Some of these criteria are pretty common, and they seem to indicate, if all that's there are these common criteria, they seem to indicate mild disorders. So that's hazardous use, which, technically all you have to do is just drink too much a few times and drive while intoxicated. It can potentially be fatal, but it happens pretty commonly. Others of these criteria occur only very rarely, and they appear to indicate very serious problems like neglecting one's major roles in order to use the substance. Since 2013, there have been more studies published that have supported the reliability and validity of these criteria, including the validity of adding craving, which was a new one in 2013. So that's some background information on this. There's a lot of work that went into the criteria in the first place. And then directly related to the topic of this workshop and panel, I wanted to say that very often a diagnosis of a substance use disorder is required in order to enroll patients in a clinical treatment trial. But then so often when the focus is on abstinence, that requirement to get into the study in the first place is just kind of tossed aside, and no one ever pays attention to it as a potential outcome. And given the really robust evidence for reliability and validity of the DSM-5 substance use disorder measures, including for cocaine and stimulants, an outcome that would appear to make quite a lot of sense and that is supported by the validity information would consist of a decrease in the severity of the disorder, either down from severe to moderate or mild, or some decrease from having however many of the criteria in the first place people did, all 11 or some other number, moving down to a lower number, or a complete remission in that disorder, which could be defined as no longer even having 2 of them. And it seems to me potentially possible, maybe with some more research or maybe just on the face validity of this, that including this information would appear to offer important information in terms of outcomes in a clinical trial that's not being tapped now. So that was what I wanted to say.
That is excellent, Dr. Hassan. Thank you so much for joining us. I know your schedule was really hectic, and we're so happy that you're able to engage on this panel. I think what you said makes a a lot of sense and bookends. Like if, you know, the DSM-5 was a criteria that got you, that made you qualified for the trial, seems to be that it would be relevant to be looking at it as one of your endpoints at the end of the trial. So nice to bookend it that way. In our discussion, I hope we can come back and like, one of the things that Dr. Killick raised was how do we operationalize those standard questionnaires or DSM-5 when we are kind of confined to the construct of clinical trial timelines. So with the understanding that DSM-5 typically that assessment is done over the last 12 months. Could that be shortened for clinical trials for, you know, as he described in the study that he did, looking at it in the past 30 days, but maybe there's something beyond that, 3 months or so. But I'll let you ponder that for the discussion. And then
Glad to come back to it if people want to.
We can turn to, that would be fantastic. So Dr. Ivan Montoya. Dr. Montoya, thank you. Dr. Montoya is the acting director of the Division of Therapeutics and Medical Consequences at NIDA. So Ivan, how does what we have heard so far about endpoints line up with NIDA research priorities?
Thank you, Carla. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this very important meeting. This is part of a very long discussion that we have had at NIDA for many years, and that NIDA has been supporting this type of research for a long time. And I see that we have made a lot of progress, especially in the last year. So for more than 20 years, NIDA has been funding research to advance the science of clinical trial endpoints that can inform the field and in particular the FDA, so we can achieve the goal of meeting an endpoint to get a medication approved for a stimulant use disorder. So we understand that an acceptable endpoint must be meaningful to various stakeholders, including patients and clinicians. We already heard from those groups, from payers, and very importantly, regulators. Often endpoints have a different relevance for each of those groups. However, our focus has been on finding endpoints that will hopefully be acceptable by all stakeholders and that can be acceptable by the FDA to approve a medication. In this regard, for some time, drug use abstinence as measured by drug-positive urines and or self-reported drug use was the main endpoint of clinical trials. However, as Dr. Kellogg mentioned, it became clear that this was not sufficient because urine positive for drug or drug use don't necessarily reflect the whole functioning of the patient with the drug use disorder. More recent discussions, especially with the FDA, have brought up the concept of using reduction in drug use as a potential endpoint, with the understanding that the reduction is associated with salutary outcomes. And NIDA has issued over the years several funding opportunity announcements to support research to elucidate what kind of reduction in drug use is clinically meaningful. Some of that NIDA-funded research has shown that reduction in drug use is associated with, for example, reductions in HIV risk and reduction in endothelin-1, a potential vasoconstrictor associated with cocaine cardiovascular risk. Also, Dr. Kellogg has shown that reduction in frequency of drug use, less than 4 days of use during the last month of trial treatment, and reduction in frequency level, high to low, low to none, can be clinically meaningful. However, as we have discussed, the stimulant use disorder is more complex than just drug use. Dr. Kellogg's effort, supported by NIDA, to study the changes in the disease status as measured by the DSM-5 criteria is a step in the right direction. We already heard Dr. Hassen presenting overwhelming data with the reliability and validity of the DSM-5 criteria. We know that those criteria were not just taken out of the hat, that they were based on a lot of scientific support. So the findings that Dr. Killock's findings evaluating DSM-5 diagnostic criteria threshold or reduction in severity category are very promising. And at NIDA, we are very excited with those findings. One of the limitations that we just discussed is the timeframes of the DSM-5 criteria and the lack of validation of the severity levels of the diagnosis. But I think what Dr. Killock mentioned at the end of his presentation is getting me extremely excited. His work on patient-reported outcome, although the work that he presented is specifically for opioids, I hope that he will be able to expand that work to stimulant use disorders, because the idea of developing an instrument that is going to measure, as a patient-reported outcome, measure the drug use, the stimulant use disorder, stimulant use disorder is a very important need in the field right now. Possibly the patient-reported outcome may not be perfect because it's perhaps given the lack of clinician-informed approach, and because, as I mentioned before, the issues with the timeframes. However, during the development of the PRO and external validation against clinical views can provide information on how close the PRO may be to the quote-unquote real world, and so adopted as a standard measure in all clinical trials of medications to stimulant use disorder. It is important to mention that in addition to this work that has been supported by NIDA, NIDA has interest in supporting what we call alternative endpoints, or endpoints that are not necessarily associated with drug use or with the DSM-5 criteria. And Dr. Volkov mentioned this morning some of them. So NIDA is very interested, for example, in sleep as a potential endpoint, and how most of the patients with stimulant use disorders and opiate use disorders have sleep problems, and maybe improving sleep may translate in improvements in drug use and maybe improvements in the general functioning of the patient. The other one is improvements in cognitive function. So we know that patients under the influence of drugs are cognitively impaired, and then also the drugs can impair the function of patients, although they are not necessarily under the effect of the drug. So maybe improving the cognitive function of patients can improve the ability of patients to make healthy decisions and improve their general functioning. And finally, and one that I think is extremely important that was mentioned by Mr. Rutherford before, is quality of life. I think that improvements in quality of life is something that it needs to be measured in basically all clinical trials, because the quality of life is an overall concept that shows how the person is feeling about life in general, and measuring that is extremely important. So in summary, so significant progress has been made since the last meeting that we had with the FDA about in 2015, that was published in Drug and Alcohol Dependence in 2016, and all the communications that we have with the FDA about this topic over the years. Another concept that I think I wanted to mention is the concept of craving. We think that, and we had a meeting with the FDA also to assess the possibility of having craving as an outcome measure, and there is research going on right now and that is being supported by NIDA to evaluate the construct and the possibility of an instrument to assess craving. So I'm really, really excited. I've been in this field for many years, and I'm very excited with this meeting because I see that this is an important opportunity to accelerate the progress and hopefully have a clinically and scientifically valid endpoint that can be used by the FDA to approve medications to treat stimulant use disorders. So before I finish, I want to publicly recognize the contributions of the late Dr. Kathleen Carroll, who worked with Brian and who was really a pioneer in this area, made perhaps the most critical and significant contributions that we are seeing the products right now. So I want to recognize her contributions. Thank you so much, and I'll be ready for the discussion later.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you. And yes, much to be thankful for the pioneering work of Dr. Carroll. And thank you, Ivan, for laying out the history of this engagement and how collaborative that engagement has been across NIDA and the FDA and reaching out to other stakeholders. I think we're seeing that this course is being charted forward, and the product of that collaboration all these years in the alignment of all the speakers in the importance of patient-centric, clinically meaningful outcomes and looking at ways to go beyond. I think it was mentioned in a prior meeting, studying cocainuria or anything like that. That is not what we're interested in. But I think that I appreciate the recognition of other endpoints that may be meaningful to patients in terms of reduction in infectious diseases like HIV and hepatitis C, as well as cardiovascular disease. So I think with that, you also mentioned the importance of patient-reported outcomes and quality of life. That super important. We also want to ensure that those measures are psychometrically sound. And for that, I want to turn to Dr. David Reisner. He is the Division Director of the Division of Clinical Outcome Assessment at FDA. David, what can researchers do to ensure that the outcomes used in clinical trials are patient-centered and psychometrically sound?
Thank you, Carla. Firstly, I just want to thank the organizers for the invitation and for the learning opportunity. And then I can make a few comments about the general approach that the reviewers within the Division of Clinical Outcome Assessment employ when looking at the suitability of assessments and endpoints, and hopefully connect a few of our practices to the comments that were made earlier. In understanding each individual program, it's very helpful for us to see from the developers documentation of what we would call the conceptual model of the disease or the disorder, which is really just, sometimes it's graphical, but really just writing down all of the factors that are relevant, the symptoms, the impacts, things that are immediate to the patient, like core symptoms, but also some distal concepts, what we would call distal concepts, such as quality of health-related quality of life, which was mentioned earlier. How all those things connect to the patient experience. Then from within that conceptual model of the disease or the disorder, developers can select aspects of the patient experience that they want to measure and move those concepts into a documented list of aspects that the assessment will then measure. So we might call that the conceptual framework, conceptual framework of the instrument. So it's really a kind of a two-step process, the big picture, and then selecting from that what you choose to measure. And then in terms of sort of the foundation for us, before I get to any quantitative or psychometric aspects, I just wanted to mention the importance of content validity. And for us, really, that comes from the patient. You know, there are other disciplines, there are other approaches, but in terms of our toolbox, the foundation starts with qualitative research where patients are interviewed and concepts are elicited in a non-guided way so that we can understand what's important and relevant to patients. And I think that in the context of today's workshop, you might say what dimensions are important to patients, because what we heard, I think, earlier is that there are different patterns of use, and those patterns have important implications. So frequency alone is probably not entirely explanatory. Intensity in combination with frequency may be more explanatory. So 2 days of binging on the weekends, not equivalent to 2 days of lower use during the week, depending on, again, the motivating factors. So in talking to patients, you can elicit those aspects of stimulant use disorder and build your foundation from the content validity before you even begin to design items or construct scores. The next step is typically, if you're going for a de novo instrument, like Brian mentioned, where you're going to actually have a paper or electronic tool to present to patients. You actually need to write questions. You need to write introductory guiding instructions. We usually refer to those as question stems, or kind of what are the response items. In this case, it's a very interesting tool built from DSM-5. But a lot of times these are questions that are just built around the patient's symptoms, and so we need to ask them whether we ask about frequency, whether we ask them about severity, whether it's a 5-point rating scale with descriptors or a numeric rating scale, or sometimes could just be a binary question. So those questions need to be written and then presented to patients to ensure their understanding before you get to the quantitative part and before you get to the scoring. So we cognitively debrief those items for understanding of the instructions, understanding of the question, understanding of the response scale. So finally, you might get to something quantitative where you've presented those questions to, say, a pilot sample of patients, and you have some data that you can look at. Very important, once you have those data, to figure out how to assemble them into something that can then be used to calculate endpoints. So normally that's scoring of some sort. Sometimes there are psychometric, quite complicated psychometric methods used, and sometimes it's really simple sum score. And with that score, you can then look to generate endpoints, such as what were illustrated earlier, change from baseline endpoints and so forth. So those endpoints need to have certain properties. The assessment should be fit for purpose in the sense that it measures what it says it measures. And then the endpoints really need to be well-defined and reliable, so we can use them for regulatory decision-making. So there's reliability. So if the patient's in the same state they were previously, do you get the same score? There's validity of various kinds, relationships with other variables. So for instance, will that score correlate with other independent measures of stimulant use disorder? And then really important for clinical trials is sensitivity and the ability to detect change. And similar to the plots that Brian presented, we often plot change from baseline in empirical cumulative distribution functions. It's a lot of words, but it's just basically how many patients have each score cumulatively. And we look, as Brian mentioned, for important changes in the shape of that curve because it indicates a new subset of patients all of a sudden met our responder criterion. And those are important thresholds. And then, of course, from a regulatory perspective, we are very concerned about patterns of missing data when it comes to calculating those endpoints. So it's a little bit about our methodology. I think one thing that I noted in our in the earlier discussions is the importance of the different aspects of those concepts, and as I mentioned earlier, whether frequency and intensity or some yet to be determined dimension of the experience emerges from your qualitative research. And I just wanted to say, in terms of interpretation, the severity categories that have been proposed seem to me personally, these are my personal views, not agency views, seem to me to be distinct enough. But it's something we often wrestle with in terms of interpretation. Probably interpretation is one of the most difficult areas in terms of understanding clinical outcome assessments in various areas of application, because you see a difference. You really want to know whether patients endorse those differences. A patient who tells you they've had meaningful improvement, what do their scores look like? For patients that say they've somewhat improved, what do their scores look like? And we can use the outcomes, the change scores for those groups to help us interpret whether there was overall, in terms of maybe treatment group differences, meaningful improvement, a higher proportion, say, in the treatment arm than the placebo arm. And that interpretation we, in terms of our methodology, is often conducted using what we would call anchor measures or globals. And globals is an area of interest where you just have a single item, you're just sort of rating none, mild, moderate, severe. That encompasses a lot. Sometimes they're not very good endpoints, but we use them critically to interpret other more complicated endpoints, like, for instance, perhaps the PRO that Brian is working on. So the anchoring for interpretation is the critical final step of any new clinical outcome assessment used to assess meaningful within patient change in stimulant use disorder. So thanks very much for the opportunity to comment.
That was terrific, David. Thank you so much for charting a very discrete process on coming up with some validated measures, and again underscoring how that is grounded in the patient perspective. Really highlights the continued focus on patient-centered drug development and understanding how those measures are valid from a patient perspective. I think you probably laid out a lot of fodder for folks to dig into in our discussion. And before we do that, though, our last, but certainly not least panelist on this esteemed panel is Dr. Celia Winchell. She's the Associate Director of Therapeutic Review, Addiction Medicine in the Division of Anesthesiology, Addiction Medicine, and Pain Medicine in FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. So, Celia, thank you so much for joining us. You've heard a lot today about where we've been, where we're going. How can the research community engage early on with the FDA to collaboratively think about how to implement these approaches in their clinical trials to come up with clinically meaningful and patient-centered endpoints?
Thank you. I think we've heard a lot of promising directions mentioned today, and I'm very encouraged by hearing people take a step away from the blueprint that we've used in the past and think about doing things differently. And we may find that the academic research community they're unable to, in a single center study funded through a single center grant, really take on these broader approaches to evaluating treatment response. And I think in the past we've been a little bit constrained. We've had a failure of imagination because we've been thinking that the research community and individual investigators at individual sites are the people who are going to do this. And it's possible, and I think we heard a number of people say this, that subject to the constraints of the population you can recruit at a single site, where you may have to have very broad criteria in order to recruit enough people, subject to the funding constraints that limit the duration of the trial, that limit the manpower you can deploy to ensure patient retention, all other types of constraints like that. It might be that we're going to have to think about larger, longer, multi-center trials to answer some of these questions, because that is what it takes to find the answers we're looking for. As we prepared for this meeting last week, Phil Rutherford said, would it be heretical to say, what if we've been doing it wrong? And I said, I'm quite sure we've been doing it wrong. If we'd been doing it right, we would have found something that worked by now. But the question is really, how are we doing it wrong? Is it the population selection? Is the population too heterogeneous? Do we need to separate out people who use in different contexts or for different motivations? Are we using the wrong outcome measure? And some of these new outcome measures are very promising alternatives to the types of things we've been looking at before. Are the studies too short, too long? Maybe it takes a longer time to move the needle using any of the outcomes we've looked at before. And for many years, we were told that the problem was, the reason industry didn't want to become involved is that the FDA hadn't provided any guidance, or alternatively, that we had provided guidance, but it was too stringent. And people called upon us to issue some other type of guidance that would be more pleasing, but we can't just make these things up. So we really do need the collaboration of scientists in both academia and industry to explore what might be a better way to do it. So some of these things involve things like going back and pooling data sets and seeing whether if we had cut the population differently or if we had defined the outcome differently, could we have seen a signal? Some of those efforts have borne fruit in other areas, such as in the alcohol use disorder treatment area. There's been a lot of work and Deborah Hassan has been very involved in coming up with some promising, innovative ideas at looking at treatment response in that area. But it also involves, once you come up with an idea, somebody's got to try it out. Somebody has to do the studies and see if it worked. And it's important for us to have some success before we can really give guidance. And I understand people are frustrated by the slow pace of change and that we still have no definitive guidance to give you. But although I am frustrated as well, I'm actually quite encouraged that there's been a lot of movement forward. Just as Dr. Montoya said, we had an advisory committee meeting back in the 90s to say, what do you think the endpoint should be for clinical trials in cocaine use disorder? And our advisory committee threw out some ideas, and people actually tried designing trials that way for a while, and that turned out not to work either. That was not successful. So we started thinking about other things. And it's been 10 years since we started saying, maybe we don't want to just look at the urine toxicology results, we should look at clinical benefit. And if you can't observe clinical benefit in a reasonable clinical trial, what can you observe that would be a valid surrogate? And back in 2013, the action group pulled together a meeting to talk about this. And the work you're seeing today, especially Brian Kulik's work, I think started there. And the first paper that they published looking at their existing data sets and exploring different outcomes did a beautiful job of laying out the problem, and the work that Kathy did and that Brian is continuing is really starting to show some concrete recommendations that are ready to try. But I'm going to say they're ready for us to try them in clinical trials, not ready for us to require them in a guidance, because we don't actually know if they're going to pan out. So I think there's a lot of promising ideas that have come up here, and I think there's a lot of alignment on where the priorities should be. And what we need to have happen next is people need to try these things out, and they need to accept, as I think it was Bob Walsh mentioned, when you don't exactly know what the trial should look like and what the endpoint should be, you have to accept that you'll have to do some exploration in phase 2. You'll have to figure out, who does this work for? How long does it take to work? What positive effects does it have? And then after you have those explorations and those conclusions, then you can move into your phase 3 trials. But there's a lot here to work with, but the work is still in progress. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Winchell, for those comments and reminding us all that if we don't dare to try something out, we won't get any further in this work. But also recognizing how far we've come from the action meeting, and that we are moving in that direction. I think I'm going to invite all the panelists, if you would all turn on your cameras, and then we'll launch into a brief discussion. I think Celia threw out a really good question, particularly, and I think probably from you all hearing each other speak. We also have some very important questions coming in from the audience. You probably have more questions for each other that you might want to follow up on. But so Celia said, she's sure that we're doing something wrong, otherwise we might have a treatment already. So from what you've heard here, what have we been doing wrong, and what are some of the solutions? I'll just challenge you to say, you pair it with a potential solution, not just what's gone wrong. I see that Dr. Trevetti has his hand up, so I'm going to start with him.
Thank you very much. A brief question, and Dr. Winchell, I think you very rightly pointed out the challenge, and so it's a little bit of it is a chicken and the egg problem. The kinds of things we are looking for as meaningful benefits in other fields, I do work in depression, do not come from the clinical trial itself. It comes from longitudinal follow-up studies that tell you that some level of improvement is then associated with meaningful clinical benefit for the patient population. So, for example, with abstinence or harm reduction, 3 days, 4 days, 6 days, the kind of thing Brian is showing, its real benefit is really where you see that in the long term, and then circle back to saying, so for example, in depression, we use 50% improvement as a meaningful benefit. That in a clinical trial, it's still hard to show that it really leads to employment, but it does have the clinical valence from a lot of studies that show that if you get to response, 50% improvement, your relapse rates are a third of whether or not you got relapse. Therefore, 50% improvement is seen as a viable target for outcome. So it is, a little bit of it is chicken and the egg. Maybe you can comment on it.
Sure, I can respond to that. Thank you for asking. The real difference, and I heard that question a lot of times, is that what you're measuring in the short-term depression treatment trial is symptoms of depression, the severity of depression, the burden of the patient's disease. And it kind of was a light bulb for me when I recognized that there was no relationship between a 50% reduction in baseline symptoms of depression and a 50% reduction in the number of positive urine toxicology tests, because positive urine toxicology tests they're not a symptom, they're not perceptible, they're not a direct measure of either illness severity or really anything. So yes, obviously, and to some extent, depending on how frequently you measure, they may capture a change in pattern or frequency or intensity of use, but it's not a symptom of the disease. I mean, it's not one of the cardinal things that we diagnose. So if somebody could have a positive urine toxicology test and function perfectly well, then their urine toxicology test has no meaning. So that is really the big difference between the example you cite in depression and the example that we're working with here. So thanks for asking that.
Thank you, Dr. Winchell. I'm going to go to a question we got from the audience. It's directed at Dr. Killick. Brian, you talked about how you measured problem-free functioning using the ASI. The question is, are there tools that could allow the use of problem-free functioning as an endpoint itself within a clinical trial?
That's a good question. Our creation of the problem-free functioning outcome was really limited by the fact that that's the measure that we had used across these clinical trials in our pooled data set. The Addiction Severity Index is a pretty commonly used assessment in clinical trials for substance use disorders. And so we had this reliably across all of our clinical trials and at multiple time points. So we use that assessment for creating problem-free functioning, although that's definitely not would be like the gold standard for determining a good or beneficial outcome. That was sort of just one that we used and put together. And I could say that in some of our discussion regarding creating that variable, it's also a bit of a high bar for distinguishing functioning. To have 0 days of problems across multiple life domains is almost perfect functioning. To have 0 days of problems in employment or 0 days of problems with family or in social life over a long period of time, it's maybe too high of a bar. So the Addiction Severity Index has a lot of great qualities to it as an assessment, but there are some limitations regarding measuring improvement in functioning. So our binary problem-free functioning is one way, but it's certainly not the only way.
Thank you. Another question that came in was for this entire panel, how do you balance the need to tailor endpoints for each trial and the set of participants that are needed and the need of a guideline to have a congruent body of evidence? So the idea of how do we interpret clinical trial endpoints for the use of treatments in the real world? Anyone want to take a stab at that one?
I could start, I guess. I think it's really the gap between clinical trial research and clinical practice. You know, as mentioned before during this workshop, the trade-offs in terms of decisions that have to be made when setting up the methods for the clinical trial, and particularly with respect to the inclusion-exclusion criteria, where you want to try to create a sample of participants that are relatively homogeneous in some areas, but also generalized, and so the effects would be relevant for others. And sometimes those trade-offs have implications and create an even wider gap between what occurs in clinical trials and what we decide as who's going to be in the trial, as well as what outcome we're going to measure. And it doesn't necessarily maybe always translate with everyday clinical practice.
Thank you for that, Brian. Michelle, do you want to pick up from there and talk about if you had a magic wand and wanted to address this gap between clinical trials and clinical practice, what would you have? What would happen? Or maybe you just have your magic wand and you could ask anyone on this panel a little bit more about how they can get closer to what would be in incorporated in clinical practice, or more reflective of what you're dealing with in clinical practice.
Thank you for the opportunity. First, I would make that urine drug screen that measured incremental reductions both as a research tool as well as a clinical tool. So I think there's something out there that does that, but one that can easily do that. So that's my first magic wand. Second magic wand is to pick up where Dr. Reasoner was going, which is we should ask the patients. So what do they think are clinically meaningful outcomes? Let's see what they have to say. That's going to be our most useful guide in terms of what's a clinical meaningful outcome. And I want to also just appreciate Philip Rutherford's bravery when he brought that up when we were all meeting together, and the undercurrent of let's do something differently, and also comment on what I see as possibly the humility of the research world, really articulated by Dr. Winchell about how we might proceed. So I'll let others comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Michelle. I think that was going to be my question, was like, I know personally hundreds of people that have recovered from stimulant use disorder. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying kind of because of where I come from and the work that I do, I know lots of people that have found recovery. And so meeting the criteria of 0 on the scale that we're talking about, and it really seems to me that their voice needs to be present in this, because one thing that I can tell you, and it's anecdotally, or what we call it, faces and voices, anecdata. Anecdotally, it is the improvement in other areas of their life. It is not like everything that I've seen prior to this has been about the substance, and everything that I've talked to and know people in recovery, it is about everything but the substance. So there's just a disconnect there, and I recognize that we have to have a specific thing that we measure, but that seems like a very large disconnect. And again, maybe I know a special elite group of people, which I don't know about that, but either they're completely different than all the rest of the people in the world, or we're studying the wrong thing. The substance use itself is the substance use, but what happens to people in the recovery process is different. So I would like to hold space for that, and I think that to the extent that we can have trials that grasp for that, and I don't expect it to be easy work, but it's work that needs to be done. That is all. I'll get off my soapbox now. Thanks.
It's great to be on that soapbox, Phil, so that we could all benefit from this shower. And with that, I think, Dr. Hassan, I posed that question to you earlier, and in the comments from Phil and Michelle and from David on how do we look at these more clinically meaningful outcomes in the time frame of a clinical trial, recognizing that maybe the trial needs to be longer, but there are ramifications, as Dr. Levin said in the other panel, about the trade-offs you make when you make one adjustment. But how Dr. Killick mentioned in his study that they looked at the change, administering the DSM-5 at the end of the clinical trial, but that was a look back period of in the last 30 days. How can we use repeat measures of DSM-5 in clinical trials? Oh, you're on mute, Dr. Hassan. There you go.
There's a lot of potential ways to think about doing that. So I'm really speaking off the top of my head here. But I think that, maybe one way to think about it is to think a little bit outside the box. We think about all our assessments as, you have an interviewer or a self-report form and you give it to them, kind of like the timeline follow back. You do it at 30 days or 90 days or whenever you're going to do it. And it's like this thing where you're all used to. But, at this point, you have technologically assisted potential for assessments. So again, this is really off the top of my head, but you can set up apps for people or electronic monitoring systems so that people can, on a daily basis, respond to a very brief set of questions. And you could, in theory, tap the 11 criteria for the substance disorder that you're interested in by putting together a series of very simple questions and asking them, with reminders to do that on a daily basis. And then how you'd put that together for statistical analysis, that would be another hurdle that you'd have to cover. But, in my group, we've done studies where, you either incentivize people somewhat to continue to participate in these brief daily assessments or not, depending on the type of study it is. So you can do that, or you can have people assessed at the 30-day point or at the 90-day point. I mean, that would be different than assessing for a 12-month period. And the DSM-5 substance disorder criteria are set up for the 12-month period. So I'm not sure how it will work exactly to look within the shorter time frame, because if you look back over a whole 12 months, somebody might be reporting a lot of problems that happened over the last 12 months, or because of the way people report things, they might just be talking about stuff that happened recently because that's what comes to mind. So there would need to be some studies about, the validity of a shorter time period for assessing the DSM-5 criteria, but I think ways can be worked out to do them on a regularly repeated intervals that will get you very accurate and more complete information, and those might turn out to be pretty informative. Those are thoughts off the top of my head on that one.
Fantastic. I think, more increased measurement, adding potentially to the power that you might have over a shorter time frame is important. And obviously stats need to be worked out, but an innovative approach. We are come to the end of our time, and I just wanted to thank all our panelists and Dr. Killick for your excellent presentation, really to discuss these innovative measures and moving the needle away towards endpoints that are more patient-centered and look to be connected to the longer-term outcomes that you've all expressed are of utmost highest importance for the people that we are trying to help and support. So with that, I want to thank you all for joining this panel, and I will pass the microphone back to Susan.
Great. Thanks so much, Carla. And thanks so much to our session 3 speakers. If we think about where we are on our agenda today, we began with stage setting presentations, then talked about ways that we might both challenges faced in clinical trial design and ways that we might address those challenges. Then we just had the really interesting discussion about clinical endpoints, particularly those of interest to patients. And now we're going to talk about future directions for stimulant use disorder research. So I'm going to ask all of our panelists. So we're going to be having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 folks come to the screen so that we could begin this conversation. So if we could all come up on the screen and be live. So you need your microphones and your cameras on, and there we go. So let's jump into our discussion of future directions. We noted earlier that we often make regulators go last, so we're going to switch that up here. And I'm going to turn first to Dr. Marta Sokolowska. And Marta, you have been involved with us in a lot of this work, and obviously in your day-to-day activity as Associate Director for Controlled Substances within the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. You've been working with us on this meeting and immersed in this work in every day of your activity. What struck you most about today's discussion, and what do you want to share with the research community?
So thank you very much, Susan, and everybody who joined the call today and for this really informative discussion. And foremost, I want to say thank you to persons with lived experiences. As a scientist and researcher, too many times I'm familiar with charts and graphs and papers about people with substance use disorder, people who died due to overdose, who entered treatment. But hearing you makes it so real that we are talking not about numbers, but we are talking about persons, we are talking about parents, we are talking about children, we are talking about siblings. And for that, I thank you, because bringing that to this discussion and really showing the impact on real lives, that's what makes me excited and engaged every morning to get up and start my working day, because I know that there are people that I'm trying to help, and thank you for that. And I hope that we can make that, we can make your lives better. Going back to this meeting, it was really exciting to hear the progress that has been made, and excited to hear that there are a lot of programs ongoing trying to evaluate not only pharmacological treatments, but also digital treatments to help patients with lived experiences and people with substance use disorders. And we've heard a lot regarding the next steps that need to be taken. But I wanted to challenge everybody. We are facing overdose crisis, but we are also facing COVID crisis. And one thing that we have learned from COVID crisis is that we are able as scientists to really step outside the box and really think about the new methodologies, the new authorities, to new data sources that can really help us to understand the disease and to come up with treatments and come up quickly with treatments, with things that didn't seem feasible if asked 2 years ago, if it would be possible to develop a vaccine within a year for COVID. I don't think too many people would say it was feasible, yet we did it. So how come we are talking about stimulant use disorder for so many years and we are still not there? So that is my challenge to you. How can we use what we've learned from COVID and understanding that this is also an emergency? How can we help to the research community, to the sponsors, and to patients with lived experiences to really get to the point that we'll be able to really develop the treatments? I'm not saying that it's easy. Definitely it's not. We still have a lot of questions. Fantastic. But I'm hoping that we'll be able to turn those questions into very specific research agenda. So we'll know exactly what it is that we need to hit in order to make sure that we can get the treatments approved, developed with sufficient evidence that would be sufficient for approval. And one thing that I wanted to point out, and we've heard a lot of great information throughout the day. I won't repeat that, but I've heard a lot regarding duration of trials as one example. Very important point. We need to make sure that the endpoints that we are utilizing are meaningful to patients, not only today, but also tomorrow in the long term. But again, it's my challenge to everybody. How can we utilize the current clinical trials paradigms and framework and try to think about complementing it with new trial designs, for instance, or with real world evidence or other paradigms that maybe have not been as utilized today? We have the opportunity. I think we're trying to put together a lot of stakeholders who have a lot of great information in this topic. And I'm really looking forward to making sure that we can turn this discussion into very meaningful direction that can be turned into the guidance that we've heard, and Celia has mentioned that as well, that we've heard that research and industry are asking for the guidances for clear direction. Let's help us to turn this discussion into meaningful direction, meaningful guidance for you to get to the treatment that will help the patients at the end. So with that, I thank you very much, and I look forward to this discussion.
Thank you, Marta. I think you've given us a great phrase there about turning the discussion into direction, that if we want to catalyze developments here, we need to say, okay, we've worked through a number of these things. What is it that we can do? What direction do we need to head? I'm going to turn then, Dr. Volkov. You joined us at the front end of the meeting and you've been with us throughout. And so I want to give you the opportunity, from your role in directing NIDA, yes, an essential component for all of this research is your perspective. Give us your thoughts, listening to all of this, what's your vision for the future of this work?
Well, first of all, I was very encouraged. I mean, to me, the points that were made throughout the whole day, all of them are very valid. And they do highlight the complexity of what we're addressing with when we're aiming to get treatment for substance use disorders. I think that at the same time, I do resonate completely with the sense that we need urgent treatments. People are dying at extremely high rates. Addiction is a very high mortality disease, and the risk that people face when they are taking drugs right now with the illicit market is extremely high. And so the extent to which we look ourselves and say, okay, we've done a lot of things, we put a lot of resources into it, and yet we do not have treatments for stimulant use disorders. What is it that we can change and modify so that we can come up with treatments in a relatively doable time? Marta was mentioning the notion, yes, we have COVID. We would have never thought about having a vaccine developed in a 1 year time slot. Absolutely. We did not had that idea that it was going to be possible. And I remember asking again Dr. Woodcock at one meeting, I mean, you have been on top of these. What is the difference? How can we apply that lesson into the treatment of addiction? And he said, Nora, I'm going to be very frank with you. The reality is that the amount of resources that have been placed towards addressing the COVID pandemic have enabled it to be possible. So upfront, the government actually put forward resources to ensure that the treatments that were going to be developed will actually be utilized. And it was a lot of money. We don't have that in the substance use disorder field. And I think that what we need to actually, in understanding this, is ultimately, even if we do not have that level of resource investment, what are the things that we can learn from that experience? And I think that certainly that it is important. And again, in this morning, and I was in a meeting where the secretary very much concerned about the fact of what's happening with the opioid crisis. He says we need to do basically action-oriented, and sometimes that action-oriented pushing us outside our regular way of thinking. And I think it is crucial that we do that. And it's crucial because what we've done in the past has not been sufficient, but it's also crucial because the landscape has changed significantly. We now have tools and an understanding that was not possible in the past. Through machine learning algorithms, others in medicine have been able to predict outcomes of patients. Through, again, machine learning algorithms and artificial intelligence, researchers have been able to identify new targets and applications. Through the use of wearable devices, it is now possible to monitor 24 hours individuals. That could be extraordinarily valuable. As I was listening about how do we document the effects of an intervention so that we can go beyond abstinence only to other outcomes that are more likely to be reachable and ultimately more impactful. Because as was said this afternoon, it's not just about the drug, it's about the person living in an environment and trying to actually recover. Wearable devices should be able to tell us when you link them with artificial intelligence algorithm, when someone is taking cocaine. And it's also actually when they are intoxicated. And it's also likely to tell us how frequently they are taking these drugs and how negative the effects of the drug taking are. So incorporating these new tools, I think it's crucial and indispensable. One of the challenges, and I guess because as I say, it was really a remarkable series of presentations that was in my brain all along, is that we need to solve some gaps. And one of them is access to data from electronic health records that actually includes information about the use of substances for patients. Without it, we will not be able to take advantage of the full-blown capabilities of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So that's something that we should be doing. And as I say, we should be taking advantage of wireless technologies. And I also think, as was discussed today, we need to open our brains because patients have told us. I mean, they think they basically want something that decreases craving, but they want to sleep better. They don't want to feel depressed. And to the extent that we can improve these symptoms that they claim are actually leading them to seek drugs, and they make them feel better, we improve the likelihood that these individuals may be more successful to recover. I think about what has worked in medicine and not work, and I think it's the same thing in addiction. And as I look at our trajectory at NIDA for developing of medications and all of the trials that we have done that have shown negative signals and negative signals and negative signals because patients were still having positive urines. And I think about it and I said, had we had other outcomes, would we have been able to identify signals that were beneficial for those patients? Have we been able to identify those individuals who benefited from them and approaching us and leading us to approach better what subgroups of patients should be included in trials? And it also leads me to think in terms of, again, from what we've learned with the HIV, are we asking way too much just for one intervention? I mean, what has made a difference in the outcomes for individuals with HIV is not one particular antiretroviral therapy. is the confluence, the combination of those treatments that really transform the outlook for these individuals. But we should look the same way in terms of addiction treatments. And as we think forward, consider combinations that will improve perhaps one symptom, like say, for example, since we're discussing insomnia, which coupled with other interventions, like say, neuromodulation, may enable better outcomes. I think that we have to go from that, figure out how to do it, because I also realize, as Dr. Winchell was saying, that these are not simple necessarily trials. You don't want to create something that is not accurate. Yet at the same time, you do not want perfection to stop you for finding treatments that could help people. I view it as, and we're very urgent time period, people are dying. And it's our responsibility in these as scientists and in leadership positions to do everything we can to advance the knowledge and bring treatments. And just to end, and I think, and again, I reiterate because I think that I've always believed this, but with COVID, it has even been clearer to me. If we don't work together as agencies, as scientists, physicians, patients, we don't solve the problems. Look at these extraordinary, gorgeous vaccines that we've developed, and yet patients are rejecting it. And that rejection of patients, of course, is making it more challenging. It is the ability to create these meaningful interactions that ultimately will enable us to address this crisis of drug use and addiction and overdoses. So thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this meeting, which really was quite remarkable and has taught me a lot.
Absolutely, and you've underscored with us the urgency as well as the changed circumstances that we have now more data, more opportunities, but also need to be thinking about things differently. You led us well though to our next panelist, and I want to turn to Brandy Izquierdo. And Brandy, earlier today we heard from a patient representative who underscored that sometimes, well, many times, individuals with stimulant use disorder are considered less than, and less than others. And I know you are executive director of the SAFE project, and you are here. We want to turn to you and say, all of our discussion today and all of the work that's going on each and every day is to help individuals grappling with stimulant use disorder. So are there parts of this discussion that gave you hope, parts that gave you pause? What do we need to be thinking about as we continue to ground ourselves in the patient experience for this work?
First of all, thank you for having me. I think more importantly, than being the executive director of SAFE Project, I am a person in long-term recovery from stimulant use disorder, among other things. That was just my first drug of choice, so I lead with that in this discussion. It's interesting, Susan, that you said, people feel less than, because I was writing notes, and one of them was, I don't feel good enough. I don't feel like I fit in. And I think in this community, in the behavioral health community in general, when you identify as an individual with a stimulant use disorder, you don't feel like you fit in. There has been a ton of attention on the opioid epidemic and not enough on stimulant use disorder. So I think one of the things that does give me hope is the fact that we're all sitting here and having this conversation, because it's well overdue. That's number one. Number two, I do appreciate the fact that there are so many conversations going on about the patient-centered approach, because it does have to be a holistic approach. Marta always gives me hope, because she talks about the fact that, she really makes my blood boil, because the reality is the CDC released data in 2019 that 3 out of 10 individuals who have overdosed not only from an opioid, but a polyuse of stimulant use disorder. And we can throw numbers at people all day, but the reality is they're my friends, they're my family members, and they're the people that I love. So we have to take a look at individuals from a person-centered approach. We have to have these conversations, not from a diagnostic standpoint specifically, but also from an individual standpoint, and understand where they're coming from, why they're using, what they're using, and how they get around systems. There's a whole gamut of need to drill down on where this use is coming from, how they're manipulating systems, how they're maneuvering through systems, and how they're gaining access to treatment. I think another thing that we need to do, and Phil had talked about it, he's a friend and a colleague, we need to take a look at the recovery community. Even in the recovery community, when we talk about stimulant use disorder or medication-assisted treatment for any type of substance, there's a lot of stigma associated with that. So we really need to parse that out and understand that it's not an abstinence-based approach. And the fact that we are in a triage environment right now. So it's who has the largest amount of opportunity to die from their use. And that's who we're going to treat first. We're not treating the stimulant use disorder. I can't tell you how many times that I've talked to individuals on a personal level where they're using crack or cocaine or whatever else in terms of stimulant use, and we can't get them into treatment because the first line of defense is if they have an opioid use disorder or even an alcohol use disorder, they are higher up in access to treatment than those who have stimulant use disorder. You'll be fine. So what we tend to do is we minimize stimulant use disorder, that you're not that bad. And what happens is those individuals who are using stimulants start to feel or say to themselves internally, I'm not that bad and I'm not going to seek help because I'm not like you. So we compare out rather than comparing in this community. And it's extremely frustrating. So that gives me a lot of pause on how we go about this and how we navigate this research. Not only for the research itself, but the longevity of the research to keep individuals engaged, to ensure there are positive outcomes for the research. And then I want to just also turn to the pause of the infrastructures, both traditional and non-traditional settings. We've seen it in MAT and opioid use disorder, medication-assisted treatment, that there's a lot of stigma associated with that in both traditional and non-traditional settings, specifically in criminal justice settings. We talk about it quite a bit, how we're battling back and forth, ensuring that individuals have access to MAT or opioid use disorder treatment. And unfortunately, there are a lot of infrastructures that we're working with in terms of behavioral health professionals that still have the stigma and discriminatory practices associated with it. So we're not quite there yet. There are a lot of lessons to be learned from past experiences in terms of MAT to drive this forward. So that's really where I am on the pause portion of it.
Thank you, Brandy, and for underscoring again, the components here and the broader challenges facing this community, which then we have to incorporate into our research and say, how do we reach them to engage them in trials? How do we, reach them to better understand what endpoints will matter? Thinking about clinical trials, though, I want to turn to Dr. Jerry Moeller, who's the Division Chair of Addictions in the Department of Psychiatry at Virginia Commonwealth University. Dr. Moeller, you have direct experience in this type of work. Are there components of this research discussion that you might plan to incorporate? What might you recommend? Are there things that you'd want to underline and things that you might want to move that line up and scratch it out? What are you thinking about from a clinical trial perspective?
Sure. Well, first, I want to thank the Reagan-Udall Foundation for inviting me to participate in this very interesting workshop. But of course, the challenge, speaking at the end of the day after all of the outstanding speakers, is that it's very hard for me to say anything that's not already been said, because everything was said so far is really impactful and important. But I'll just summarize a few of the things which I thought were most important. And as was mentioned by almost everybody, Dr. Woodcock, Dr. Volkov, and many others, these endpoints for clinical trials need to be meaningful, not just to the regulatory groups, but to the community. And when I talk about that and being meaningful to the community, not just to develop those clinical trial outcomes, but then develop medications that will be used by the community. Because if they're not accepted by the community and they're not prescribed, like many of the medications we have that are FDA approved, are underprescribed. So how can we engage the community in that? And then also to collaborate with the community on the recruitment of participants into those studies, so that we're working with participants who are motivated for change, and they're not the professional participants that Dave McCann mentioned. Also, I think it's important to remember that cocaine use disorder is, although it's a single diagnosis in DSM-5, there are individual patients with cocaine use disorder vary significantly in their phenotype. So as Dr. Volkov mentioned, some of them have significant problems with dysphoria and insomnia. Others have more problems with impulsivity. And so matching those participants and their phenotypes with the medications based on what we think the mechanism of action of those medications would be, that we may have more effect on the clinical trials rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. But that, of course, brings up the other challenge, which is we want to have an answer tomorrow. And so if we go through this process of really phenotyping and screening the patients and limiting who we enroll in the trials, then the trials are going to go more slowly. And so that makes it challenging. And then, as was mentioned by Jessica Halsey, many of our patients use more than one substance. And so, especially now that opioids are contaminating many of the stimulants, like most of our patients with stimulant use disorder, even if they don't think they're taking opioids, they have opioids in their urine. And often it's fentanyl, unfortunately. So that really complicates the clinical trial designs and has an impact on the generalizability, as was mentioned by Dr. Levin. So ultimately, it's a sort of a long way of saying, I think the quickest and most productive path forward is going to be driven by a community-engaged approach that includes patients and family members with cocaine use disorder and other stimulant use disorders, the FDA, NIDA, and the academic community to pick the best design that will ultimately lead to an FDA-approved medication. Without all of these groups working together, I don't think we're going to have the trial designs and the outcome measures that will lead to a medication that gets FDA approved and then ultimately gets accepted and prescribed in the community.
Jerry, I'm going to let you have my job next workshop, because you pulled everybody together and wove it together so nicely, particularly in this idea that it's about the community engaged approach that will help us drive a difference. So let's talk a bit about conducting these trials and funding these trials and trying to bring, at least in the therapeutic world, a molecule through research and discovery and into delivery. For that, we're going to turn to Denise Leclerc. And Denise, you're coming to us from Novartis, where you serve as the clinical development head of global health and non-communicable diseases. And you're trying to get us through that research pathway to market. Are there other challenges that you want to highlight or other improvements that are identified that you want to underscore?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, it's an honor to be here. It really is. And I want to thank the Reagan-Udall Foundation, not just for inviting me, but for pulling together this workshop. It's been incredibly moving today to hear all the patient advocates, the researchers, the academics, and the regulators coming together and really trying to figure out how to deal with this massive public health emergency, really. So thank you for that. So I work at Novartis. I am not an addiction medicine specialist, but I was involved with developing a phase 3 protocol for an mGLR5 receptor antagonist for use in cocaine use disorder that Novartis was developing. So we were developing, so it's a little bit different trial when you're really looking at a registration trial. And I've been listening with interest with some of the comments and some of the really great insights coming up with this about endpoints. Just so you know, when we were looking at this, we really did, we had an abstinence endpoint as a primary endpoint, because right now, without further guidance, that seems to be the standard one. And when you're doing a registration trial, as opposed to like a POC or a phase 2, you don't have as much latitude actually in what you're doing unless we get guidance from the regulators to steer us in the right direction. However, we were really insistent on incorporating a key secondary endpoint of what we called harm reduction, which was based on sort of, I guess, a low frequency, like Brian was talking about earlier, coupled with a PRO on quality of life. Because as we've all heard, it's not really, we're not treating urines, right? That's not what we're treating. We're treating the patient and we're trying to see, does this have an effect in their clinical life? It's hard to tease that out. There's no question about it. And for us doing these trials, we really have to have hard endpoints. So sometimes it does restrict us more. When we looked at one of the challenges, it was patient population. And I think some of the speakers earlier touched on this. Jessica Halsey's talk was amazing and really insightful. But then it was countered a little bit by Dr. Levin at Columbia, who talked about the tension between inclusion and exclusion criteria. And this is something that we really struggled with a lot. And just to say, you can have two approaches, right? You can try to be really tight and say, we're going to ask the scientific question of, does this molecule work in this patient population that we've tried to control for as much as possible? So we're trying to exclude patients who have unstable psychiatric disease underlying, even though we know that's part of the population, because we're really trying to first tease out, does this molecule work? We're going to try to exclude some of the patients who have other comorbidities, other substance abuse disorders, because we've really got to first prove this out. And then if we go in narrower, then if we get the approval, then we can broaden out in our clinical development plan and look in some of these other patient populations and try it out. That's one approach. The upside is we're trying to really focus on success and get it out there. The downside is we don't have maybe all the patient population that could be used. So we were going for the narrow, get it out there, and then broaden it out. However, I can see where you can try more. The problem with going with broader exclusion criteria, as people have touched on, is if you fail at your pivotal phase 3 trial, you don't tend to get a lot of second chances. So you have to really try to balance trying to get this out there and trying to get your approval, even if it's more narrow with looking at some of these factors. One of the things a couple of more of the things that we struggled with were to make sure we had a diverse patient population. We needed to be reflective of race, of the people that were really having these issues, and how do we get them, excluding the professional patients. And we did work with Dave McCann. He was so helpful, and NIDA, it was a collaboration about using the AI cure to try to not have the patients who are professional, but also think about race and think about ethnicity and think about the different people who do struggle with this. We did try to get a patient and caregiver perspective. We did a patient and caregiver survey of recovered substance abuse, CUD, people with CUD. We also looked at a survey of people who are caregivers, of people who had CUDs, as well as current CUD users, to try to get those perspectives. We will be publishing those results in the next couple of months because we felt that was helpful for the community to see our insights around this. I do have to put a plug for caregivers. I haven't heard a lot about it in this workshop, but I think they're a really important part of recovery. We're a global company, and so Novartis was trying a global trial. That has other issues, because what we found when we're looking at this, and I liked Philip Rutherford's saying, look, substance abuse is substance abuse. However, we found that in Europe and South America, it looks different. The patients have more of a support system. They have more access often to mental health treatments, and they tended to be more functional than the patients we saw in the United States. As well, there was a difference in the way they were using substances, where there was much more crack use and smoking in the US versus sniffing in Europe. So this was a struggle when you're trying to do a global trial to make sure that you get a trial that works, or that doesn't, work in the US, but not in Europe, and then the overall trial has failed. So it was a real consideration that we went back and forth with trial design. One of the things that we really had to think about as well was feasibility of the trial. We did have some urine measures in there, even though we know that we're not treating urines, but we needed something to back up our timeline follow-back study, because patients aren't always reliable in the way that they're reporting. So we were thinking of bringing the trial to the patient, but then there became a lot of patient privacy concerns about they might not want having visiting nurses come to the house. They might not want, even in the charts when we were thinking forward, they may not want in the charts that they're on this drug if it got approved, because it may be a stigma. So how we were going to work with the stigma of that in order to make it easier on patients and their caregivers to access the trial and access the medicines were an important point. And I mean, I could go on because it's challenging. We had a lot of challenges, but I'll finally end with one of the other struggles, and it gets back to this narrow versus broad issue, was how's it going to be used by doctors in the community, by caregivers? And so do we go for a shorter trial, but then what happens at the end of the trial? We all know that this is a chronic it's a chronic condition. It doesn't end with, something that you take for 3 months. And I love some of the way people were talking about the milieu of the patients as well. That kind of biopsychosocial model where it's not just one treatment, you really need tools. So what would happen? What about relapse? What about what's the durability of this? If somebody takes it and then goes off of it and does well, but then relapses, will it work again a second time, a third time? How do we look into that? So that was an important point for us when we were looking at it. And one more thing was, again, when you're trying to really control so that you can say, yes, this worked in this population, we struggle a lot with background therapy. It's very heterogeneous, especially when we did our survey and looked at Europe versus South America, even within Europe. So in terms of CBT, in terms of using like AA, in terms of using individual patient therapy, group therapy, it's pretty different. And we were going to stratify by site to help overcome those particular bias, but it was something that we really had to think about a little bit with in order to really try to get the drug approved. So those were some of the things that we worked on.
So Denise, so helpful to share those challenges, particularly in the context where we've been looking at challenges and opportunities and things that we might improve. And be sure to let us know when your publication is out, right? Because that will be really important to share and build into this as we pursue Jerry's community engaged approach. I want to give the opportunity to the Device Center at FDA. We tend to be focused here. We think in treatments, it just happens that we tend to get very focused on the medication side. But FDA's Device Center, the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, has been thinking about this challenge as well, and particularly in the device and the digital therapeutics side. So Pamela Scott, who's the Assistant Director for Neuromodulation Psychiatry team at CDRH, has joined us. What nuances would you flag for the digital health and the device perspective in our conversation?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you today. And we definitely believe that the development of good clinical trial design for the use of medical devices in this area is also very important. So some of the things that we really need to think about that are specific to medical devices are what's really going to be the best control group when you're thinking about designing a clinical trial for a medical device. So for example, is it going to be a sham control, or are you going to use an active control, or usual care, or a patient's usual care that they would receive? So that's one of the areas that we do struggle with in terms of working with sponsors when they are designing clinical trials in either the stimulant use disorder area or just in general for substance use disorders. One of the things that we often think about when you're designing a trial for a medical device, again, we're concerned about the placebo effect, but how are you going to really control for that when you are thinking about a medical device, whether it be some type of neuromodulation device that is providing some type of magnetic stimulation or electrical stimulation, or if you're thinking about a digital therapeutic. Again, how are you going to maintain the blind when a patient in the active arm is going to be using a specific type of medical device? What is your control arm going to be doing? What are they going to be using? So these are some of the things that are nuances for designing of clinical trials in the medical device space. We also, one of the other things that we struggle with and that we work with sponsors to really think about is matching time on task in comparison to the treatment device, specifically if you're talking about a digital therapeutic device. With the digital therapeutic, the patient has a specific amount of interaction with that digital therapeutic device. And is your control arm, are the patients in that control arm going to have the same amount of interaction? So those are some of the things that where we work with sponsors on, and where we really need some more research in terms of what is the best control arm for a medical device in this space. And then also, if you have a patient that is using a sham control, how do you make sure that, again, you're retaining them in the clinical study and that they're not dropping from the study? Another area that is a nuance, I believe, for medical devices is whether or not the device is going to be used as a standalone treatment for the patient, or is it going to be used adjunctively with other usual care? So that is another area that I think is a nuance for in the medical device area. If the device is going to be used as an adjunct to a patient's usual care, how do you really define in the clinical trial what that usual care is going to be? What other usual care will, do patients usually receive? In the real world, we talked a lot about really making sure that we're designing clinical trials in as much as possible to mirror what is happening in the real world. So what type of usual care are patients receiving in the real world, and how can we design a clinical trial to best match that, particularly if the device is going to be indicated as an adjunct to a patient's usual care? Another thing that we want people to think about when you're designing a clinical trial for medical devices that to be used as adjunctive treatment to a patient's usual care, how are you going to delineate what that usual care constitutes, and amongst the different sites, amongst different investigators? How do you make sure that all the patients are receiving, a standard level of usual care as a part of that clinical study design? And then you also heard about, particularly in this patient population, a number of the patients do have comorbidities. So if that is the case, and if they're receiving other treatments, if they're on other medication, how is that going to be monitored? How is that going to be tracked? If a sponsor is thinking about a device that's going to be standalone, where the patient would not need to necessarily be on any other treatments or under any other usual care, then we need to think about what's the most appropriate clinical trial design for that particular type of indication for use. The protocol needs to make sure then that patients aren't, how do we design a protocol where patients may not be on other usual care, but then the safety of the patient is maintained in that particular clinical trial design. Also, again, we need to make sure that we're adequately accounting for that placebo effect. So those are, again, some of the specific things that that we really need to think about when we're designing clinical trials for medical devices. And I think you heard this said throughout the day, and this is something that is also important to us on the medical device side, is making sure that when you're designing your study, that it's supporting not only the patient population, but also for medical devices, the intended conditions for use. So, you know, if you're thinking about a digital therapeutic, how many times a day is that patient to be interacting with that digital therapy device? You know, is it a certain amount of times a day? Is it, you know, whenever is a certain amount of times of a week? So how do you really design that in and make sure that it's aligning with how you really are intending your device to be used? And sometimes, you know, investigators do need to do those early feasibility studies to be able to determine how to best structure how the device should be used. And then you need to think about, you know, how are you then going to design your clinical trial around how the device really needs to be used, and making sure that you do that. You know, when you talk about neuromodulation, you heard Dr. Volkov talk about, I think early on, magnetic stimulation. That's one of the areas of neuromodulation. But if you're talking about some type of stimulation, what's your target area for stimulation? And, you know, in your early studies, making sure that you have defined what that target area is, and that during your pivotal studies, that you're really making sure that patients are receiving stimulation in the appropriate target area. Again, for digital therapeutics, I want to back around to, you know, clinical data and making sure that you're modeling the behavioral therapy or the type of therapy that the digital therapeutic is providing.
So Pamela really helped to underscore some similarities, some differences, and, you know, in addition, trying to make sure that you can tease out that effect that you might be seeing. So we're going to close it out actually with a new voice from a new perspective. And Nicole, this happens in discussions with new treatments, whether they're devices, digital therapeutics, or medications. Some people think that the final hurdle is getting to market, you know, that you have FDA review, but that tends to miss the really important role that payers play in eventual patient access to these treatments. So we've talked today about making sure that we have kind of patient and clinician pickup. We're finally getting to you to say, what do payers need? Because you make a different evaluation, right? We have NIDA makes the evaluation of what research will we fund. FDA makes the evaluation of the drug device digital therapeutic of, you know, is it safe and effective for the intended treatment? As payers, you know, as health insurers, you need to decide how to invest your dollars to provide for care for your patient population. So Nicole, what's similar, what's different? Give us that window into the payer perspective here. Oh, Nicole, for some reason we're not hearing you. One more. Nope, can't hear yet. One more. Says you're connecting. Nope, still no thumbs up.
How about
Try
now?
again. Yes, success.
Okay, I was connected on my phone, but I think I needed to connect on audio. I apologize for that. So I want to start off by, again, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here and to be next to all these amazing people and in treating this population of patients. And I also want to thank you for pulling the payer into these discussions because in my opinion, the safety of our patients that we care for is the most important measure that we need to focus on. So when we're thinking about new treatments in general, there's kind of three major buckets that we're going to think about. The first is how we cover the drug. The second is the benefits to the enrollees and the plan by covering and improving outcomes in this population. And then third is the education for both patients and providers to use this drug. So we'll start by talking about the coverage. So that almost always starts with a P&T committee evaluation. So most P&T committees will take costs out of the equation completely and provide clinical guidance. And give us their thoughts on where the data lies and what populations or who should it be covered for. And then the health plan usually makes a decision based on both the P&T evaluation and a cost analysis. So when we're thinking about coverage policies, there's a few different things that we think about, and it's other alternative treatments, any like the market basket in that class, the cost of the medication, generic availability, what benefit is it going to be under? So is it billed through the pharmacy benefit or the medical benefit? And then there's lots of different utilization management strategies that payers use, such as restricting to certain age limits or certain diagnoses, right? Do we cover only the FDA approved use, or do we cover off-label uses as well? There's things like quantity limits. And especially like if there's polysubstance use, is there a treatment that would treat both? Those are the kind of things we think about. But in this circumstance specifically, this would be the first treatment for this diagnosis. So when that happens, we almost always cover it. But especially in this situation, it's going to depend on regulations and mandates. So there's lots of different state and federal regulations or mandates around just addiction and opioid use disorder at all. So when we compare this to opioid use disorder drugs, there's a lot of states that not only require coverage of these therapies, but also require that there's no utilization management techniques on them. So some states even require anything for addiction, including smoking cessation, be covered. I suspect there would be really strong federal guidance to cover this, to cover a treatment for stimulant use disorder. There's something called the Mental Health Parity Law, and this requires health insurers and group health plans to provide the same level of benefits for mental and or substance use treatment and services that they do for any other medical or surgical care. So these laws have done a really good job of ensuring that coverage is there. So between the state and federal regulations, I imagine most payers will treat it like opioid use disorder, like an opioid use disorder drug, and cover it. But then the question comes to how they would cover it. And that would likely come down to diagnostic criteria. So depending on the studies that we've talked about all day today, right, and what that got it covered and what populations it may fit in, is that enough to cover it for all types of stimulant use disorder, or would the payer only likely cover it for the FDA approved indications and not for broad off-label use? That all depends on the data that helps get this drug covered. The second drug or device, the second part of this that a plan looks at is the suspected benefits to the payer and to the enrollee, and we design programs to increase use around these drugs. So, Cigna is an integrated health plan, so we want to look at what we can tell in the claims data to help keep these customers healthy, because that benefits everyone involved. So is there an ICD-10 diagnosis code for stimulant use disorder, right? That helps us identify our patient population of who may benefit from this drug and allow us to analyze the data to see if there's patients that are on this that will have better health. So different clinical outcomes that we might look at are, does it increase time in recovery? Does it decrease rate of relapse, decrease risky behaviors, improve retention in treatment and therapy, or decrease comorbidities, right? Decrease maybe hospitalizations, let's say for cardiomyopathy. And because the treatment potentially would do any of these things and not just total abstinence, right, as has been discussed, we know that improving the care of our customers impacts the bottom line, right? So we know that cost-effective care equals high quality care. So we want to see and we want to know that by doing all of these things, we're seeing that decrease in total cost of care by using this medication or device. So the treatment may avoid patients being admitted to be treated and may be able to be treated by the behavioral health provider. And that would be a huge win for everyone involved. Or decrease the length of stay in a hospital, let's say. So those are some of the program side things we think about. Finally, we know there's a lot of barriers to getting access to care, so we need to let providers know they can prescribe it, let patients know this is an option, and try to predict who may need this treatment or may need help. And that comes down to education and communication. So we do this by thinking about patients who are high risk or have risky filling patterns in the claims data or risky patterns in the medical data. So maybe they were hospitalized for an overuse disorder, and we can try to target that customer a patient. And, we look at what's the highest risk population to target and how can we engage them. So if we're able to identify that in any of the data, we can then letter the providers to say, hey, this patient seems like they may have risky behaviors. Can we consider discussing any type of treatment with them? Or, is there anything we can do to assist? We also send provider newsletters and have provider portals. There's a whole website dedicated to healthcare providers that most payers will have. And these communication pieces often have updates of new drugs that have launched or send notifications of any formulary changes. As an integrated plan, we also try to connect the customer or the patient to the care that they need at any touch point. So if a patient calls in, we may try to link them to our behavioral health partners and vice versa. Cigna made a commitment to the marketplace to curb overdoses and deaths by 25% in 3 years. And that had nothing to do with cost. It was all about safety. So I really do think that when this treatment comes about, payers will understand the need for it and understand that this is for the betterment of health.
So Nicole, what's so helpful there, and I should have said I didn't even give your title. So thank you for being Clinical Program Senior Advisor at Cigna and providing your thoughts today, because I think what you underscored is that there's we know there's this gauntlet to run to find treatments that would be effective. But then when that gauntlet is run, I think what you're also pointing out is that will be other. There's actually greater opportunity than folks might think, because from the payer perspective, you can put into your calculation, do we have improved quality of life? Do we improve other health? Do we decrease some of the health challenges that we see from stimulant use disorder? Those are things that are not necessarily always relevant in the regulatory decision about approval or clearance, but are important from the payer perspective. So thank you for rounding us out with that. I am going to throw a curveball question at the panel, because it's come in from a couple of different members of the audience and then from a couple of other places. And so pay attention. Here's the curveball. We've been talking a lot today about chronic users, but there's an urgent need, particularly those at risk for overdose are new users who don't have any tolerance or idea of dose. Probably, they aren't going to show up, Nicole, in your algorithms to be, have outreach for treatments. And yet they're at highest risk of acute death from a single use. Are there things that we can be doing to drive drug development in that arena? So it's probably more in kind of counteracting the effect or the risk that's created in that acute overdose. Does anybody have any thoughts there? And it may be things in harm reduction related to safer supply or I'll throw it out there, which is exactly what you should do when you have 4 minutes left in a workshop, is throw you all a curveball. So whoever is first to unmute gets to jump in.
I can jump in because it's an extremely interesting question, but I didn't know that if I grab it correctly. So you're asking about interventions to address individuals that are early in the substance use disorder trajectory, so they don't have the moderate or severe, and how should we be treating them? And I think is that the question?
It is, and I think it's more how should we think about research for that group as well, right? That almost our entire discussion has been about the chronic users, but is there something we should be thinking about more from a broader harm reduction perspective that would also help chronic users, but helping those who are new to stimulant use and then potentially at higher risk of overdose death?
Absolutely. I think that we need to emphasize in research that leads us to better understand how do we intervene with early stage substance use disorder. So one of the research priorities that we have in the clinical trial is how do we do it specifically for opioid use disorder, someone that is experimenting with opioids, in whom you may not want to give methadone or buprenorphine because they are experimenting, yet you want to do an intervention that prevents them from overdosing because they can overdose. think that is also obviously very, very relevant for the treatment of someone that is starting to experiment with stimulants, taking stimulants, and which right now are very, very dangerous. And those doing interventions is crucial. We need to start by screening patients that end up in a healthcare system, because ultimately that's, if we don't do that, we won't be able to actually identify those individuals that are being exposed to these drugs. And that should be the first line of entry. We do not, the way that I view it is shouldn't be just thinking about this in terms of the need of medications for these patients, but instead the need of interventions that actually leads them to actually avoid a transition into moderate to severe. And so the question is, what type of interventions and in what context are likely to be more effective? And that's also likely to vary depending on the characteristics, demographic of the individual and their context. But I'd like to hear from others. It's an extraordinarily important issue.
If I can just add a few words, I think that early education is really important. As we are addressing people who are considering trying, especially thinking that is just, just one try will not hurt me. That's what we hear, that there is really minimization of the potential harm. It's really important that we have the education, and there's a lot of emphasis currently, not only between FDA and NIDA, but across HHS, to really thinking about the prevention component and how do we address this issue. Thinking about, since we are talking about stimulants, prescription stimulants, also part of the discussion, trying to understand, is there a role, and if so, how do we communicate about the potential role, especially that we hear now that the Adderall that you can purchase online fairly readily, very frequently is unfortunately contaminated with methamphetamine, and people who think that they are just taking Adderall, they might be exposed to methamphetamine. And I would draw attention to the One Pill Can Kill campaign by DEA that was just released. And I think that it's really important that we really have a broader approach to that, and really emphasize the fact that these are controlled substances, and they are controlled for a reason. And one last thing, drug checking. This is another part of harm reduction. So we are talking about prevention. From harm reduction perspective, drug checking, fentanyl test strips used for evaluation of people who are committed to taking the illicit substances purchased through dealers or otherwise. There are currently initiatives, and SAMHSA and CDC supported grants to get access to, for instance, the fentanyl test strips to test if the drugs are contaminated. So thinking broadly, on one hand from prevention and education, but on the other hand also harm reduction, to make sure that these people, if they decide to take these substances, that we have at least opportunity to help them with treatments, and for that they have to be alive.
Exactly. So Brandy, I'm going to give you the last word.
Just 2 seconds. I'll drive it home just quickly.
Go for it.
Dr. Volkov talked about screening in the healthcare system. There needs to be screening in the educational system. I can tell you, anyone that has begun use, we did not use in high school or at an adult age. I started using at the age of 11. So it's really important for us to have our educational systems on board. ACEs is a very good tool to use in that screening mechanism. That's number one. And then finally, Denise, I appreciate what you said, because we really haven't talked at all about culture, and culture in Black and Brown communities specifically, and socioeconomic status. I heard a lot about cocaine. I can tell you firsthand, cocaine is hell of expensive. So typically you're going to crack or methamphetamine, especially in specific communities of low socioeconomic status. So I think it's important for us to understand that there's a cultural component to this, especially when we're messaging, because I can tell you in the opioid community or in the opioid use community, people do not know that they're taking, that they have fentanyl. They don't think opioids are equivalent to perks or any of that. So I think it's important for us to understand the cultural component to all of this when we're doing our research, and ensuring that the individuals that need this treatment the most have it, because I can tell you also that with buprenorphine, Black and Brown communities don't get the appointments that they need for buprenorphine. So That's all I have. Thanks for letting me share.
Brandy, it was perfect. I'm going to let that close out our entire workshop, because what you said is we want to make sure that we develop treatments that then can reach the communities of greatest need. That is why we gathered here today. Thank you so much to everyone who contributed to the public workshop, who joined us online. Thank you so much. We'll be posting the recording, we'll be posting the slides, and we look forward to seeing some dramatic changes so that we can catalyze this all forward and yield treatments for stimulant use disorder. Thanks so much, everyone. Take care.